Hello, everybody. Welcome to Market Gaming tonight. It is good to be back with you all for another session of Mystical Mishaps. Session number 23 tonight, where our players have leveled up to level 4, and they get to begin their adventures. As well as the chat. The chat has leveled up, but we'll get into that a little bit later and explain what that means for you, the viewers, who can be involved in the game a little bit more. So, yeah, let's get into player introductions, and then we can get into some of the details. And thanks, Lit, for the sub. I appreciate you. Almost 3 years. That's crazy. It's been that long.
That's crazy.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. Rach, take it away with your intro.
Hi, I'm Rachel, also known as Pip. You can find my art on Instagram and Twitter under Pip400art. I also stream. I'm planning on streaming art tomorrow at 3:30 CST here on this channel. I have a few commissions actually to work on, and they all kind of came in at once. So I don't know what I'll be working on. It's some sort of commission. It'll be fun time. So come and hang out with me. And then in this game, I play Eleonora. She is an ASMR Warlock level 4 now. And I have some cool new spells, and I'm ready to go. So, oh yeah, I took a feat too to be more persuasive.
I just realized too, I need to upgrade Mike's nameplate because his wizard on there, and I did not do that. So I need to fix that. So I'll work on that during introductions, and hopefully it'll just seamlessly be switched in there soon. So
no one will know that you forgot.
No one will ever know that I forgot this. So Kelly, take it away.
I'm Kelly. I'm back this week, and I am playing Winnie, the level 4 monk, who's the tiredest she's ever been, but now she's more awake. Yeah, and I took on a feat as well, which I'm excited about because it'll make sure that I hopefully don't roll too many bad rolls. That'll be nice. I'm excited. Also, I may randomly drop off because I'm in LA right now and there's currently a hurricane and earthquakes. There's like 5 earthquakes happening today, so I don't know. So if I suddenly drop off, that's where I'm at.
So excited. My goodness.
So exciting.
So, yeah, hopefully Kelly can stick around for the whole session tonight and also be back for future sessions as well with everything that's going on.
R.I.P. Okay.
But let's pass on over to our third player today, who you can take a little bit longer so I can update this thing if you want to. That's totally fine. Ashley, go ahead.
You always give me the stall for time intro.
I gotta do what I gotta do.
I'm Ashley. I understand. I'm Ashley. You can find me as Salt and Ash in the Discord Tavern, where a lot of us hang out and post a lot of things that we're working on. I have a lot of social medias, and they're all there somewhere. They're all different because I'm not as organized as Rachel. I'm playing Euphemia. She's a human druid, and she just leveled up to level 4, so she gets extra animal time, which very excited for that. Super stoked. Had like a very transcendent experience in her sleep, so she's probably the most excited she's ever been waking up this morning, I would think. Yeah, that's all I got, Mark.
That's fine. You did well. Thank you very much for that. Send it over to our final player, who I'm about to update his super special thing. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, guys. I'm going to go really slow to stretch out time for everyone. Just kidding. But my name is Michael, also known as Bardic Dice on all of the socials. I'm not organized, but it just happened to work out that way. So it's pretty cool. I am kind of off and on, still streaming on Twitch. So you can go see that. Normally, if I am going to stream, will be Friday nights. Kind of got Bardic Dice Gaming going on. I might do some world building stuff. So we'll see. We just finished up a long-term campaign called Fates United. That you can actually go see our VOD that Mark and Rachel played in as well on YouTube under Fates United Bardic Dice. So that's a lot of fun. But today I play Devril Burza. He's a human artificer and now a wizard. His dreams come true. He talked to his ex. He had closure. He had some sort of key awakening. Whatever it was. he's connected through. He's on his path to becoming a blade singer. So yeah, our glass cannon brawling wizard he's getting on the right steps. So I'm super excited to see how he's going to be acting today. He might get a little annoying. We'll see.
And I did update it, so we got it in there. It says
Good
wizard
job.
out at the end. And
Like
that,
part of his reveal for leveling up.
Yeah.
You timed it perfectly.
I guess I did. That was intentional,
It
everybody.
was meant to be
So
the intent.
intentional.
It totally was intentional. It worked out.
If anybody else
Synchronism.
multi-classes, remind me that I need to update your character nameplate. But thanks for the sub, Mike. Appreciate you. And I am Mark. I'm the Dungeon Master, and I'm always prepared for everything. I do my best. But yeah, we run this chaotic game with the help of you, the chat. If you want to listen to previous sessions, we do have podcast and YouTube that is available. You can check out there. And as we mentioned, this game is chat involved. You can be part of this game. So after the intro, we will turn on some channel point redemptions that you can use your channel points for. So I think some of you have had points that are racking up for a long time and just been kind of accumulating. So you can use them for this, and they're pretty inexpensive too. So that you guys have a lot of availability to them. And the chat level up that I'm going to let you all know about tonight, it is one that is pretty good, but it has a chance to backfire as well. Just kind of how things work in this game. There's always those like weird mishap potentials. So it's called Chat Blessing. So what that means is the chat can redeem this to give a random blessing to somebody. It could be any one of us 5 who receive it, myself included.
Oh my.
I have a command I will put into the chat to see who will be randomly selected to receive that blessing. And if you get it, great. You have a D4 you can use for an attack or a save, like a normal bless spell. You can only hold one at a time. If I roll the randomizer and you get selected and you already have one, it raises the mishap level by a D4. So we will see what happens.
It's a good time.
It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see how this works out because it could be really good for you guys. It could potentially be bad. I mean, some mishaps are good, some mishaps are bad. We never know what's going to happen. But that's what this one is. The chat will also level up as we go into the game further, so look forward to more as I think of some crazy ones. And they are going to get more powerful as we go too. I have some big ones planned for later game, so look forward to that as well. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else to say, except for no session next week, but I think Rachel will be doing something on Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't know what time.
I'll do. I'm deciding right now. I'll either use our old time slot just for funsies, or I might keep this one. I'm thinking old, but I'll let you guys know in the Discord. But I might be streaming some early 2000s gameplay. Kelly knows what it is.
You can look forward to it.
Amazing.
Wait, hold on.
I feel like you'll know when I say it. I mean, I didn't tell you.
I know. I'm very excited. Okay.
You could come. You could hang out with me and chat. We could solve it together if you want, because
I would really like that. And plus, there's a likelihood I have recently played anyone you select, most likely. Any of them. So I'm excited.
Perfect.
There you go. So maybe you already kind of have some idea from those
Wow,
little
Rachel.
clues.
What are you planning to do next Sunday? That sounds fun.
Is it a surprise?
I don't know if I want to keep it a secret or not.
Suspense?
No, I don't need to. It's a early 2000s point and click game. Nancy Drew.
Yeah.
Message in the Haunted Mansion. It's going to be a scary one.
Ooh.
Message on Men, I love that one specifically because it's so good and corny at the same time. It's
Yes.
amazing.
If you want to see some horrific, truly horrific early 2000s animation, like 3D animation, this is the game for you.
I'm so
I'm genuinely being
excited.
kind
Yeah,
of
that's-
spooked. Like, there's
Yeah, it's creepy. Yeah,
kind of spooked.
I'll probably
So
scream a little bit. Mm-hmm.
All
I'm
right.
yeah.
excited.
So next Sunday, instead of Mishaps, we'll have that. But we will be back the following week, back to our regular scheduled programming. So you can look forward to that. But we're going to get started with our session here. We're going to do our intro, and then I'll turn on the redemptions for channel points so you can begin to mess around with those, and we'll see what happens. We're back, everybody, and ready to get into our session today. Rachel breaking stuff, typical.
When is it not happening?
Typical,
Clickety clack crash.
Boom. Kelly, you got your
I'll
advantage
drop a rock at
die.
some point.
Also, he's at work.
Well, you got an advantage die. One way or another, you got it.
And
I got it,
yes,
thanks.
the meeting. So what? Yeah, let's go ahead and run.
Yeah.
And we're raising that level up right away, too. Let me get that rolled. And Mike gets an advantage die. Oh my goodness, I gotta get all these things going real quick. Once you turn on all the stuff, everyone redeems it. So, Mike, advantage die.
For punchy time.
Watch, Daff is going to use it for the stupidest thing.
And Rachel, advantage
that
die.
Hey!
Hey.
Sorry, Ashley. It's okay.
Yeah. Euphemia's she's gonna have to fend for herself today.
Yeah, she's on her own.
I was just to ask this: we're not allowed to give stuff to other players, are we?
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Nope.
Just want to make sure. I was like, I have so many points.
No generosity allowed.
No generosity from the players.
Between us, I guess.
Seems a little metagamey if we got to do
Definitely.
it.
Can I turn channel points into ink and pen for Davril?
Nope. Okay.
Channel points
Glad we're
does
past
not
that.
equal gold.
Dang it.
Your channel
Raiders
points
do, I don't
have
know.
no
Yeah.
power here, players. But last time we played, Winnie ran ahead to go warn the guards, exhausting herself, and rested up in the guardhouse.
So tired.
Well, the rest of the party eventually followed with the assistance of the bard Leon to Northport. They met up with Japnot there, and they were planning their meeting with Kindra. And they had to wait a little bit into the evening before they could do that. They had to cross a bridge that was over a giant, crack that had formed through the city of Northport during the Shudder. They had built a bridge over it. It's now dividing the city kind of into the more livable, upstanding citizens, and then the low-life, criminal stuff is on the other side, typically. Is where they have that. But they went over to the other side, met with Kendra, were able to discuss a job about them looking for some mysterious item that is supposed to have magical resistance or magical negating properties or something like that. And even if it's real or not. And after that, Dav and Kendra had an opportunity to speak privately a little bit about their past and what had happened in some, especially one night a few years back, 6 years prior. But they had their nice reconnect, and they left to go retrieve Winnie. They found a very fancy inn where, unfortunately, Dav has completely frightened the staff there and traumatized them, as he has had a couple mishaps that evening and still regaining some of the 30 pounds that he had lost from a mishap. So
Really hungry.
very hungry. But they have a big mission that they're looking forward to getting involved in, and a deadline, as it does seem like they're going into Friday and the sale will be on Saturday. So they have a little bit of a time crunch, trying to figure this out and get it resolved. So we're going to start off with wake-up rolls, as our players are going to be waking up leveled up now on the 8th.
Oh, 19. I slept all
fully
day.
rested.
You slept- yeah.
It's
8.
4 a.m. Her eyes are wide open.
Well,
Okay.
1. Starting off strong today.
Very
I was
strong.
very tempted to use the advantage on this because I'm like, I feel like Dad just wants to get something going.
Yeah.
Zing!
But
Hey,
first
get it out
up,
of the way now. That's my strategy.
first up is Winnie. Anything you'd like to do this morning, as you were the early riser? You just
I feel
groggily
like I'm-
were aware of the party taking you back the previous night.
Yeah.
So you're like all tucked into your
bed.
bed, like very
Mhm.
snugly. Just like...
But I'm in a room alone, right? I'm by myself.
Everyone has their own room.
Okay. I'm gonna try and kind of like, because they're nice rooms too, aren't they?
They're very
Like, kinda fancy.
This is very nice.
I think I'll first just sort of acknowledge, like, sit and like, oh, everyone's okay. I'm kind of confused, but I'm like, I don't know. This seems nice inside. I don't want to wake anyone up right now because it's very early, but I'm gonna kind of enjoy, maybe have some tea in my room and wait until I hear other people, and then I'll probably go immediately, like, be sneaking out,
Okay. I think Dav was second, right? Dav, you wake up.
Yeah, he wakes up super excited with his little thoughts and dream, and just feeling like things feel good today. I was gonna ask you this. I have to still buy certain components because he wouldn't already have that being an artificer, right? Like charcoal.
Yes, if you don't have
Yeah.
stuff, you probably need to buy like a pack for it or something.
Cool. Yeah, he goes like straight downstairs, like, oh, this robe is really skinny. Okay, and he like double folds it. He'll run downstairs, still looking just gaunt, and go to the front desk and just ring the bell, like super excitedly.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh yes, hello. So I have to press the bell first to talk to you, right?
No, you're fine.
Oh, fantastic, awesome. Theater of the mind, didn't know you were there. Do you have arcane opponents, or can you direct me where to find them? I'm a little short at the moment. I need to try something out. I feel like I'm breaking the code, you know what I mean? Sometimes. I feel like there's like a fold of flap that was over a piece of this tattoo, and it's like skinny now, so I can see the last vowel that I meant to put on there as a tattoo. You get that.
Well, sir, if you'd like to find these, I'm sure you could find them in the market. There's most likely shops there.
From here, how do I get to the market?
It is over further to the west and the main stretch there.
Would that be enough for him to coalesce that?
I mean, he walked on the main stretch, so yeah.
Okay. Cool. Awesome, thanks. I'll give you a tip later. And then he runs out and he'll try and find the market without telling anybody.
So you're leaving on your own, okay. Perfect.
It's like not even eating breakfast.
That brings us to Eleonora. I believe you were next.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wake up. It is, I don't know. It's just a really nice room, so
Very nice.
automatically she seems just asleep and stuff. She seems a little more herself. She will get ready for the day, but maybe not like the full experience as normal, because she knows we have to go to the other side at some point. And she will check her book, and as she like kind of reads it, she just kind of goes, "Ew," and like kind of starts flipping some pages and seems very pleased, and then just like shuts it, and we'll wait and see if anyone else is up at some point. But I'm kind of moving around, and
Yeah, you might hear like Winnie in her room, but that's about all you got right now.
okay.
Like if I heard Eleonora, I would probably go like knock on the door, but I don't know if I was going to do anything before that.
No, it's fine. I was actually probably gonna check on you too once I'm.
Okay.
But you definitely can comment.
So I've been like waiting to hear if I heard anyone. I guess Dad might have like run out too quickly, and I was like, "What is going on?" I might have like peeked out, and he's gone. I'm like, "Oh."
Yeah. Dad had a one-track
I'll go
mind
knock.
this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knock on your door.
Open it.
Oh.
How are you feeling?
Oh, much better. I was very tired from running, but you guys, everything worked out, I guess. Everything's okay? Everyone's all right?
Yes, here, come in.
Okay.
I'm sure there's like even little sitting area because it's like a nice
Yeah.
room. Yeah, okay.
I'll sit down and, yeah, how, I mean, did the guards help you? I told the guards. I don't know if did they help you or?
A bit. So basically, I after you left, sat there for a few hours. And eventually a lovely man named Leon came by, and when I warned him, he managed to do an identify spell when he began to play catch with them on the ball, and discovered there was some sort of distance to the curse. So he was able to throw it as far as he could, and it broke.
Oh. That's all we had to do, just throw it?
I felt foolish too. Yes.
I was gonna run with it, but I thought they might try and attack me if I did that, so.
Well, and remember we said too, we were worried about the state of the child, and if we didn't know.
That's right.
We didn't know.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone was okay though?
Everyone was all right, yes.
what happened to the
Apparently,
ball?
I think the people that you had sent were going to dispatch of it, so.
Okay, that's good.
I tried to ask them what they were planning, but they were very focused on the task at hand, so I don't know. But it seems like it's taken care of. Apparently, the others that had started, that we had seen, they had been playing catch for an entire day and night before this.
Oh.
So they were understandably very upset and tired.
Yeah. How did they get the ball? Did they say who gave it to them or what?
They just
happened?
found it on the road. The boy picked it up, because I'm sure he thought it seemed fun, and
Yeah.
began from there, so.
I guess that's kind of strange, right? Just have found a magical ball in the middle of a road, and
Very strange.
what would the point of that be? Like, why would someone want to do that? Why would they leave? Unless they actually dropped it or something, but.
I don't know. No, perhaps they realized it was cursed and were foolish where they put it.
Yeah.
Not thinking
Huh.
about other people encountering it or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm glad everyone's okay. That was scary. I thought maybe we'd have to play catch forever, or they would have to.
That would be unfortunate. I did. I can tell the others this later too, but I did ask our friend if there was a way to destroy magical items, and he said that normally it's high level magic that will do it.
Oh, yeah.
This is the
ours
magic
doesn't really do much
itself
at
that is
all.
protecting the item, so it will naturally be harder. So that's good for us to know, though, in case we ever encounter something like that again. We probably need to find some sort of loophole, like throwing the ball away instead of trying to destroy it. So
Yeah, that's good to know. Okay.
But you did wonderfully, Winnie. You did
Oh,
wonderfully.
thank you. I mean, thank you. I hope that everyone came in time and stuff to be helpful, but there's a lot of running.
It was a good backup plan, because if Leon, his name is Leon, if Leon had not come along, then I'm sure they would have come quickly afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, maybe we need to be careful about who we encounter or objects we touch and things like that from now on too, because it seems like there's a lot of weird things going on. So I don't know. I didn't even think about, a ball being cursed. So
Because
yeah.
it's very harmless, you would think, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But are you all
This is
rested
nice.
now?
I am. This is a really nice place. Did you find it?
Yes, I did. I
Oh.
offered to change, but the others were gracious. So
It seems nice though. Did you guys find Japnot or no?
yes, we found a job knot, and we were able to meet up with Kindra.
Oh, how'd that go?
So it went well, I think. She told us about the
Good.
job, so we can all discuss it
Mm-hmm.
when everyone's up. Because I think we still have to plan a bit of what we are wanting to do. And it seems like Davril and Kendra are right.
Okay.
And
That's
they were
good,
able
right?
to resolve what they needed to. Yes.
Okay.
It sounds
And
like
she's not like this big evil person who did all these bad things. I'm assuming.
no, it seems like her story checks out with what Idgin was saying.
Okay. That's good
So.
though. And that might bode well for us working with Igan too. If there's if his story's right and if everything lines up and it wasn't some, thing.
Oh yeah, like a
Right,
setup
or no?
or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Or something we felt like she was shady or something, but
She didn't seem that way to me, but I only just met her, so you can certainly keep an eye out. It seems like Idgin is a bit of a father figure to her. So that's where some of that
Interesting.
protectiveness came from.
Okay. Well, good to know. And I guess, yeah. It's good to know the people we're going to be working with, I guess, regardless. Even if
Yes.
Dad knows her. I don't know if he really knew her, if he, she was hiding a lot of things. I don't know, but...
Yes. Just to let you know, before I forget, we do not know Japnot if we see him.
Oh, okay.
And we also do not know Kindra if we see her. So...
Okay.
We might run into Kindra on the other side, but...
Well, I mean, I don't
just
really
have
know
to
her
pretend.
anyway, so...
That's true, you will recognize her, I
I-
think, by her hair and just her appearance. She's very striking. But,
Okay.
yes, just, you don't know her.
Okay. Try and be good at pretending.
If you run into trouble, you can just look at the other side of the room.
Is she okay? Yeah, she's fine.
She just likes that wall, I don't know.
She's having issues.
Oh, do you want me to hold on to that stone from Idgin again?
Oh, yes. I give it back. I don't want to hold on to it.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, did I get blessed?
You did.
Woo!
Ashley got her advantage die, and Kelly gets the first blessing. So,
I love
Woo!
the chat blessed Kelly with all the emotes.
Yay!
That's so fun.
I love that.
I'm sorry. What does that exactly mean for me? Like,
you
is
can
it
use
a
that
different
for
blessing
an
every
attack
time?
or save. Your
Oh,
choice.
okay. All right, a D4.
It's a D4 you
Okay.
roll with it. You feel like you need it.
And then we get to choose, or is it the next one?
You guys get to choose when you want to use it.
Fun, fun, fun.
If you have one though and you just roll again, it gets put into the mishap level. So, all
Like
right.
if you get chosen again.
Yep.
Yeah.
If it lands on Kelly
Mm-hmm.
again, she has one. It goes into the mishap level.
Is there a certain amount of times this is used per game, or is it just unlimited?
It's unlimited.
Wait.
I may
Okay.
modify it at some point depending on how things go, but this is what it's currently at. There's a cooldown on it,
That's
so.
fun.
Gotcha.
All right.
I had one more thing I was gonna say
Go for it.
before we can move on, if you're okay with that. Winifred, I put another question in to. I just like we're in the room to death.
Oh.
And I asked him about the handprint that you wanted to know. So, and I like just open my book and I read. Okay, so he says the handprint is a symbol to represent someone being on my right hand team. It is a marking of high honor and a showing of trust.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yes.
Ah,
So, I thought it was rather lovely. I shut the book.
that is nice. So you're on his right hand team?
I suppose so.
Oh. So it's like we're like the left, like we'd be like the left hand team, or like be like the finger of the right hand, because we're kind of attached to you, but like
Oh, yes. We could say that. I don't mind saying that.
I kind of want to ask him if that's how he thinks. I won't ask him. But I won't ask him. I'll wait. I'll wait until I feel maybe like it.
I think
You know.
if you see him again, that's a question that's more charming coming from you
Okay.
than from me delivering a choice. So.
Write it. Would you consider us part of the index finger?
Winifred would like to know. Yeah.
She needs to know how you consider.
Are you the pinky or?
Would I be the left hand?
Yeah.
The not as useful left hand, but still there. I don't know.
But still trying their best. Can I be the wrist? I don't know.
Yeah. The elbow. I don't know.
I'll take anything.
I'll take anything at this point.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, thank you for asking. That's nice of him
Of
to answer
course.
too.
Yes. I am glad for your questions. It gives me some room to ask some extra too, without overstepping. So.
Do you think that he seems like he like? I obviously can't do his health in writing, but do you think he seems like he wants to answer them, or does he seem like annoyed?
I watched him a bit as you were all interacting with him when we all met. He seemed like he liked all the questions. He told me later he loves inquisitive minds, so I think as
Well,
long
there is
as
a sense that he-
we do not waste his time with 40 questions all at once, I think
That's
he
true.
enjoys helping, so.
Okay. Well, if
I
you ever get the
care.
sense that he seems irritated, then, yeah, I was gonna say, we don't know that, but
Yeah, he's never had that happen to him before.
I can only handle one of her, so if the rest of you could not, that'd be.
Okay, well, if you hear the sense he seems like he doesn't want to answer something, you can just stop asking, because I don't want to make it. I mean, you know my
Oh, of
questions, not
course.
yours, obviously, but
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just being wise with how I limit them, and I will just let you know whenever I ask one and relay it to you.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Do they have food here, you think?
They do. It's for 8 silver. If you want to eat with me in here till everyone else wakes up, I wouldn't mind that.
Sure. I didn't eat at all yesterday, so
You didn't.
I was too tired. Okay, I'll start eating food. Wait, 8 silver is a lot of money for
It's all
food, right? Yeah,
right.
that's it. It's like really expensive. It's a classic like nice
It's
hotel.
like a
tab,
really
nice as a hotel.
yeah.
Yeah, the nice everything's more, nothing's free, everything's expensive, and yeah.
Eleanor had a massage yesterday, you know.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So if you are
Fancy.
ordering food, it is 8 silver.
Okay. Would they make change for me?
Sure. If you feel like you need to not tip them the 2 silver, you can.
Well, do they make change anyway? Because I gave them an extra gold piece. Would they give me silver? Because I don't have any silver right now.
You give them a gold, they can give you 2 silver.
The expected.
No.
Oh, you want change?
No, I meant like I meant like I give them an extra gold.
Okay.
And so like can I get
Sure.
10 or is it 10 silver, right? Okay. I just don't have silvers to like, if we're not able to just like,
Yes. Yes.
I want to. Okay, cool.
At least you had before they closed the register, not after, because that's the most annoying thing ever. When like, oh, by the way, can you exchange this as well?
But I will tip them the 2 silver before selling it. 10 silver.
Perfect. Sounds good. So just mark off 2 gold and put 10 silver in your inventory. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I also get breakfast.
Perfect. You may also mark off your 8 silver and enjoy a very nice breakfast. It's really good. It's well made, very tasty, very good morning. Dav, you're buying stuff.
Very good morning.
Yes.
What are you buying?
Yeah, so he's nibbling on his rations. Is there a street vendor that sells breakfast anything close to that, less than 8 silver?
If you just are looking for something simple, you can find something decent for a silver piece.
Perfect. That's exactly what he wanted. Yeah, 8 silver. He scoffs at that. Eats the mystery meat skewer, and then tries to find a marketplace with arcane components.
Yep, there's definitely a shop you can do for that.
Yes. He looks like a kid. At
Is he
candy
still in
store.
the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little too tight for him. Too loose, so it's like super tight over.
It's like that, what's his face? The guy that plays Harry Potter? The Daniel Radcliffe meme where he's in his robe?
Yep. He was an artillerist, it'd be like perfect, so.
But he's looking like Voldemort with like the gaunt face, he's just lost a lot. Probably taking way too long going through the types of charcoal and just finding the right one, and like smelling them, and like it's over his hands, and now he's got like marks all over his robe, and he's looking the disheveled wizard again. But 30 gold worth of charcoal and arcane stuff, a 50 gold diamond orb, which again he'll take way too long trying to pick out the exact right one with the certain, it has got to have the nice vein in it. They get annoyed with him asking about all the type of rocks and what kind of this. You don't know, okay. And then these are the last 2 things. They're not gold worth, but I don't know if you're gonna put a value to them. I need distilled alcohol and tiny tarts. So Tasha's tiny tarts. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
For Tasha's hideous laughter, you need Tasha's tiny tarts.
There is a component pouch which you can buy for 25 gold that is full of a whole bunch of different things and should tide you over for basically anything that you would need that doesn't have a gold value. So
perfect. You don't sell the tarts separately? They're just in the pouch. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. We'll make it work. Do you have like one that's stylized? I have a friend that's like all about fashion. That one? Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll pick up that. So yeah, the component pouch, 30, actually 75, 20 gold of charcoal. He goes and just puts a bag back down on the thing.
Yep.
And
so that's 65 you're buying?
Plus the diamonds. No. So 20 gold of.
Okay, 50,
the 25 plus the
25,
diamonds, so 75, and then
so
95.
95, okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Mark that off, and you can add those to your inventory.
This was a fantastic day. I really appreciate everything. I just kind of had a breakthrough. You know how that goes, right?
Enjoy.
Okay. Oh, right. Tip. I don't know. They said 2 silver. So here, and he puts 2 silver down, and then grabs all stuff. Yeah, he's gonna just run in. And are you guys downstairs or you're in your room talking? You're downstairs eating, right?
No, in my room. In a room.
Oh, you're in a room.
I think they're in Eleanor's room there.
Yeah, they're still sleeping. And then he's gonna run up and go into his room.
Okay. So you got all your fun stuff.
Yeah, and he just starts drawing chalk and the charcoal, and he's gonna take an hour. And and
Okay.
start casting a ritual, and I'm sure you know what it is.
Of course.
He's not wasting any time.
All right, so he's busy away doing something in his room.
Yep, he's like looking at it and like writing them all down. He's got his papers out. He thinks he's broken through.
And during that time, Euphemia, you can wake up.
Hey, you're finally awake.
That one.
That one took a while.
Ab slams the door a little too hard when he comes inside.
Finally wakes her up.
It's one of those like, just right back to sleep
Right.
moments.
It's probably the most uninterrupted night of sleep she's had in quite some time, to be honest.
Probably
So-
didn't want to wake up with the dream she was having.
Right? I was trying to stay. You do that thing where you feel yourself waking up, you're like, no, not yet.
Yeah.
What I was doing. I think I would just get up and kind of do my little morning routine, get all my gear packed for the day, make sure I've got what I need to do, different spells and stuff ready, and then at some point, if no one has knocked on my door, I will go find everyone else.
Okay. Would you check
So
Eleonora's or Dav's room first?
most likely Eleonora. After the way Dav ended his night, like, I want to wait a little bit and see what happened with that in a minute.
Yeah.
We can't deal with Got Dav quite first thing in the
He was-
morning.
He was a lot for first thing. He's a lot usually, especially.
That's fair.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, you get a knock on
yeah.
your door, Eleonora.
Yeah, I'll go and answer it. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Winifred and I are
Winnie.
having breakfast. Want to join us?
Sure.
I'm glad you're
that-
okay.
I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, I'm glad we're not all playing ball forever. That was scary.
I hope we don't run into something like that ever again. I guess at least we know to not trust any child throwing a ball from here out.
Yeah, that was my thing, is that yeah, I feel like now I think any object can be cursed. It makes me a little nervous. I don't know. That's okay.
You know,
Can you guys tell magical items before you like touch them, or is it like if you guys can do magic?
If you have a certain spell up, Dabra and I both could
No.
tell. But
Okay, we can't have
unfortunately,
all of them.
yes. A lot of times when Dav does it, a mishap tends to happen. So I only use it when I feel
Yeah, we
like
noticed.
we need to. But
a lot of
Okay.
times, like anything, I guess, contextually, we might just try and make good judgments based on where we encounter certain things. But it's hard when it's something as innocuous as a ball. Like,
Yeah,
what are you
I
gonna
didn't really
do?
think about it before now, but now I'm thinking about it.
Big
it's a good
city
thing to
like
be
this.
aware of, at least.
Yeah, things just are a little bit more complicated, I think.
John in the chat, children can never be trusted.
We're like,
They're evil, evil.
You've cursed stuff. Get away.
Trust no child,
Yeah.
especially in a horror game.
Yeah.
They're all evil.
Every single
We're all
one.
ghosts.
Well, did
Okay.
you want to eat with us? I have
Sure.
a bit left if you would like some bars, or if you want to, you can send for another.
I'll just order something. I think we have a long day.
Yes.
So I'm also buying breakfast
All right.
and tipping. I
Perfect.
marked it off.
Yeah.
We're spending it up at this place.
They are,
Having the time of our lives being rich before we have to go be poor.
They're bringing
Yeah.
you the
Honestly.
fanciest, like, French toast or whatever you feel like getting. Yeah, it's very good.
Full spread.
You notice Eleanor seems very at home here, like significantly good mood. Like
I'm just
knows
I'm
all the
still a little-
silverware.
I was gonna say I'm confused by how many forks there are, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna just pretend I know what I'm doing.
All right.
Did-
Yes, that's
Oh,
right.
never mind. I guess it just depends on how long Dav is.
Yeah.
Um
Got a big spell to do.
1 hour.
Yeah. Okay. So if we do role play while you're sitting there, is that bad, or do you want us to wait until we're all together as a group?
Dab
That's
is
my
not
question.
caring. He's totally forgot about that. We have a mission here. Oops.
Something happened last night, by the way.
What?
What happened?
I had a dream,
A
and
bad dream?
no, it was a really good dream, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
There was a forest. It was so. I've seen one like that in a while. It was lush and green and healthy, and the satyr came and he visited me, and we talked about. Well, he talked about like nature and feeling energy, and I watched all these animals in my dream running around, and I got some ideas actually for our new mission. So
For
I
animals
think I
to
learned a
be?
lot. Animals
Oh.
to be, or like ways to use the connection that I have, so
Oh.
that I can maybe I can be of a little bit more assistance in other ways too. So it was I haven't ever experienced anything like that before. It was crazy.
Do you think the satyr was like real? Like
Yes, did it feel like a
Yeah.
dream, or did it feel like something more?
a vision?
Would I know the difference, Mark, or did it just seem like a dream?
This was vivid dream.
Because you had a bad dream that was real, and it was that lady who like killed someone. So maybe it's a good dream that's real.
It could be. Or if anything, as a dream it was real. Which
Well-
is maybe what matters.
Would I,
The-
Mark, just oh sorry.
Go ahead.
Would I know like any lore about like satyr, like any sort of like religion or something like that would have to do with a satyr?
Roll a nature roll.
Nature or history?
I'm gonna do nature on this one.
Okay. I have nothing for that. 3.
Yeah, that's kind of strange concept to you.
Wow. Okay. Kelly is going to Google a satyr because I forgot what that is. So, hold on.
Goodness.
Yeah, Mr. Tumnus. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I was gonna say. I know
Mr.
that they had it
Tumnus.
I know they had it in Chronicles of Narnia, but I couldn't remember because he called him a fawn. Then so satyrs. I forgot that the fancy name is a satyr. Anyway,
It's the cool name.
Yeah,
for my creature.
cool name.
So
It truly is a better name than a fawn. But
yeah, so true.
okay, huh?
Well-
I don't know. I've heard of like because obviously there's the nightmare god, but what if I don't know the good one, Domine, whatever. Maybe she's giving dreams. Maybe not though. Maybe just a good dream. Who knows?
Well, if you're, what was it that we've had a few people say now that the nightmare realm and the dream realm are linked.
Mhm.
So
think
it
so.
wouldn't be
Two sides of-
surprising.
yeah.
There's a Domine temple here.
Oh, that's right.
Perhaps visiting it would give some answers potentially.
Yeah, maybe there's someone we could ask. I mean, I guess they probably interpret a lot of dreams. Hopefully that wouldn't be annoying, but
I would think that would be very common.
I wonder
But
too,
it might
I
be
mean-
interesting.
Not saying that this is what happened, but if maybe there was some sort of like curse going on or something. Obviously, oh no, what was his name? The little guy who kidnapped you, the weird
Ram.
one, the garbage man.
Ram.
Um,
My best friend, you mean?
The garbage man.
the garbage man. Obviously Ram took notice, so maybe some of the good, like some of the people who have good, control good dreams and stuff, maybe they have been noticing too, and are like trying to help.
We
Get it
might
out
need
there.
all the help we can get after
That'd be good.
what we've learned so far. So
Just
I'm
an
glad
idea.
you had a good dream, Euphemia. That is good to
Me
hear.
too.
Sounds like it was rather inspiring.
it
I like
really
pretending
was.
that dreams are all real, because then you can like what if you go different places in your dreams or something? So I like to think that that was something from a real satyr who wanted to help you.
It was very majestic.
You're like, yeah.
I think holding anything as a possibility is wise at this point, considering everything we've seen.
We've experienced so much that shouldn't sound possible. That I agree.
Exactly.
I
I do
after
need
the cursed
to-
ball thing too. My mind is open
Yeah.
to any possibility. There's so many things that can
Yeah.
happen,
Very true.
bad and good. Anyway, I'm sorry.
At some point, I'm gonna write my mentor about this too. I think she would find this really interesting. So
I bet she would be thrilled
Sure
to
she
hear
would.
that. She was training you. Our friend gave me some extra spell as well.
Oh,
So I'm hoping that I can carry that into today if it's needed.
I feel like all that running made me stronger.
really worked your muscles.
It did. I didn't learn anything specifically that's like so new, but I do feel like I don't. Also, I made it to the town, and that's something. And I didn't run into that. I don't know. So
You did well.
You did really well.
my luck is turning around. So-
There you go.
Amazing.
That was beautiful.
That was
Lucky feet,
incredible,
everybody.
Kelly.
Lucky
Good
feet.
job.
yeah, I got the lucky feet. So
Oh, good.
We never saw it coming. That was great.
Staple of
the
Kelly
heaviest
characters.
handed. Yeah.
Her signature at this point.
Yeah, that's like what happens in a TV show when they're trying really hard to like make the audience see the connection.
Yeah. And, like not picking up, so you just shove
It's
it
not a
few
subtle
letters in
hit.
there.
Yeah.
No, it's a very blatant one. But no, I got lucky. I'm very excited. So Whitney's gonna be lucky, maybe. I don't know. I roll once
See how
on every
lucky that
single
is, yeah.
reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, before we start today, I think I need to do a little shopping.
Oh.
You weren't there, Winifred, but Kendra mentioned that I will most definitely stand out over on the other side. So I should probably find something that helps me blend
other
in a little
side?
bit more. Yes, the other side of the city. Oh, yes, you were not awake. The other side of the city is full of ruffians and other unsavory sorts. So you essentially cross a bridge, the bridge of the chasm that split the city in two. And on the other side is where our mission is.
I saw like signs for the bridge and stuff, but I didn't really pay attention. I was kind of focused and then very tired, but chasm. Is it scary?
The bridge takes us to the east side, and the chasm is very large.
It is very big. And
Do you know what
apparently
happened?
mutated creatures come out of it.
Crab
Oh.
Sound
people.
familiar?
Yeah, it does. That's kind of scary. And they just live around these creatures? Like no one really does it? Like
We haven't seen
there's
any
monster
yet.
hunter groups here.
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm sure they exterminate them when they come out. We have to be careful about who we tell we are monster hunters, by the way. Seems
Okay.
like some would be all right with our presence, and others would want to kill us on sight. So that is also lovely.
What should we say we are instead? Because if we look like we're a group that's like, what should we have a plan for what we say instead?
What if we're just travelers? Say less.
I was gonna have a
We're
whole
just here-
elaborate backstory. I won't do that.
She has an
Maybe
alternate
less
character.
I have like my notes. I'm like looking at. Okay. Yeah, but just travelers. Traveling to. Why would we be in the shady side of town?
Well,
Our uncle's
perhaps we need
sick. We'll
Davril
take
to
care of him.
plan.
Okay.
But is he up? By the way, did you know, Euphemia?
I heard
I
something
haven't
earlier,
seen
but I
him.
didn't see him.
All right.
We can check.
Would we hear? Is he like making a lot of noise? Would we hear him from the other room? Maybe.
He's like, yes.
he's
I mean,
evil laughing.
He's definitely like,
Yes.
oh right, yeah, that's the rune I had wrong, and like kind of mumbling to himself and like
I kind of wondered.
drawing
Yeah.
the chalk and doing all that kind of stuff. So I don't know how
There's-
thick the walls are.
I think there's like a smell of incense, I believe, coming from your room as well.
Oh,
There we go.
fancy.
So yes.
Okay.
Well, he's probably up. Maybe he's doing some
Alright.
kind
Just
of.
like a slight
Like
burning
thing or
smell and incense smell coming from his room.
Some herbs.
Yep.
Well, if
Oh,
is
raspberry.
he doing some sort of strange? I don't know what he's doing. Does someone want to
Right.
check on him, and then I will go get some clothes.
I'll go check on him.
All right. Winifred, if you want to stay here, feel free. If you want to come with me, you can, whichever you like.
I'm gonna come with you. Is that okay?
Of course.
I want to see what. I don't know. Do I need new clothes? I don't think I need. I think.
No,
Any
you
clothes or
look
something?
lovely. You
do I
don't
need a
look
mask?
like. No, I think. Is it my
Oh,
turn to
okay.
be bad now?
Dig your way out of this.
What is
Aretha.
I think the idea was I look like I am ready to be mugged with the appearance that I am.
You look
Yes,
too expensive.
too expensive.
Yeah.
So just trying to tone it down a little bit is all.
Okay.
Which
I wonder
I
what
think
books
I
they
think
have
I can
there
find
anymore.
something classy, but also not looking like I want to be mugged. I'm going to find a happy medium, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna come
I
with
believe
you.
in the
and I wanna
power of
see what
fashion.
books they have to buy. Well, and that's also maybe why I should come with you to see, because I feel like maybe you also. I don't know. A second opinion to see if it would like
Second
look-
opinion would be lovely. That is a very nice way to put it, Winifred. Yes.
Okay. Also, hold on. Did they? I'm sorry. What kind of? Is this like a regular market, or is this like anything specific? I forgot what you
Yeah,
said.
it's a market, has a whole bunch of different types of shops, a lot of
Okay.
things that you would need, especially common stuff. It's all available there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'd like to go too.
All right, perfect. Euphemia, we will try to be quick. I know we have a lot to do today, so
We should. Yeah. We
I will
should
not
discuss
spend
how we want to
much time
start.
doing this.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
So we will head out, try and get some clothes.
You go to the market real quick. You just buying clothes or anything else?
I wanted to look at books they had, just like random. I don't know. I just wanted to see what they had. So,
I mean, are you just
books.
perusing all the books, or is there a specific book you're looking for?
I feel like I want to find a book on maybe like the history of like the chasm or something. Like what they know about it, how it happened, first hand accounts, something like that.
Okay. So there's some books you could find that would be like research little books that you can
Mhm.
peruse if you'd want. If you would like to buy one, that would be, we'll do I'm looking at the book price in D&D Beyond. I'm like, that is so expensive for a book. But
Okay. Also,
I'll give you a
look
deal
a book-
for 15 gold. It's 10 off of the book
Okay.
price.
Okay.
Books
10
are that expensive?
Books are
25
25 gold.
That's
in D&D Beyond.
ridiculous.
This before I buy this one, can I also look for a book on like curses and stuff? But I would be kind of like I would like try and be kind of not sneaky about it, but like I wouldn't want like Euphemia to know, but I just wanted to like see like if they have them. Can I look?
Give me an investigation roll for that one.
Alright.
To be fair, won't most books be handwritten? These are probably like handwritten costs too.
Some would.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna use my first luck point, and I'm gonna
I think
reroll
presses
because
are
I want
always-
to find one.
Yeah,
So
but they're
one
not
moment.
like printed. Full
Oh, yeah.
press.
It's a magic
It's
world. There's probably
investigation.
a lot of things that have been magically done. Yeah,
Yeah,
investigation.
sure.
16,
16.
and I used
Use the luck point.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, you're having like a ton of difficulty finding it, and then all of a sudden, like, this kid like runs by a shelf and plop, a book falls off the shelf
Ooh.
right at your
A
feet.
kid!
Get him!
And it just happens to be like a little bit of an overview book about
So lucky.
some
Okay.
real basic stuff with curses. It's not like going into detail about like how to curse anybody, but just has like slight details about like how people could have strange mishaps that happen to them, and like different ways that
Symptoms.
curses
Symptom
can
checker.
show themselves. And you can, that one will be 25 gold because that's a bigger book. But
I'm going to buy it. I'm not going to buy the other one. I'm going to buy
the
I'll
curse
buy that book. But I also, is it possible? Does it have like a very obvious cover? Is it pretty like, does it curse it? Like, does it say anything on the cover? Or is it pretty like?
Definitely has like a overview of like this book's about curses on the cover.
Okay, I'm going to I put it in my bag and just kind of like I'll buy it and put it in my bag, and then later I'm going to make like out of paper like a fake cover and like make it look different because I don't want. I don't know. I want to maybe like private about it because I don't want to.
Like
You're
a
gonna
textbook
put
cover,
the-
like for school.
The cardboard
Like out of
paper
school.
or paper bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 25 gold. Woof. I'm gonna
Yep.
buy it though. Okay. It hurts my
Okay.
soul.
So you have that book. It's in your bag.
I do.
And Eleanor, you said you're buying clothes.
Yeah, actually on the walk, she's doing this on purpose, so that her mind is like just a little, she has some distractions.
Mhm.
But as we're walking, she'll take out the stone,
Oh.
try and hidey again.
Alrighty, let's do it.
All right. So she just like, I don't know if Winnie is off doing something.
I'm
or if it's just
distracted,
her.
maybe.
Yeah, you probably
Yeah,
could have
so,
split
like-
up too in like the same area of the market to look at different things. So.
So I just like take a deep breath, compose myself, try and be as pleasant as possible. And so then I will send to her money sent via bank for last and current letter, lakeside job, extra. Please, I desperately need the letter. Difficult to explain details now. Trust me.
You hear back. Okay, I mean, I'll pick up the money and I'll send it to you.
Wasn't a big deal. All right. She just, it's like a brief flash of like, okay, and then she just puts it back and moves on.
All right. Ooh, another chat blessing. Let's roll it.
Wow. Wait, Kelly.
It's Kelly again.
How'd you know?
Oh, that's
Lucky
going into the.
My lord,
It's-
it's unlucky.
That goes into the mishap
oh, yeah,
level
that's right.
because you
Oh,
already
you're
have
right,
one.
you're right.
Oh,
So I don't get, you don't get two. You
You
just have.
only
It's
have
not like
one.
you do. I don't know. Got it. Sorry,
So-
y'all.
And the mishap gets raised.
That goes to the mishap.
unless you had already used it, but I don't
Yeah.
think you
Yeah.
have any way to use it yet.
Yep.
Thanks for breaking that in, chat.
Yeah. That's
Good
exciting.
work.
Right.
I love
like
it.
Push all the buttons. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, keep pushing that button. So yeah, you.
So I'll go find. I've heard about a strange concept where some people will resell clothes they've already worn. That seems like a strange idea, but I think I'm gonna go with that.
Or you're talking to me, right? Or you're just talking to someone? Okay.
Just
Oh,
like
yeah, no,
I'm just kind of joking of where, but yeah, if you're with me, yeah.
I would have joined up with you at that point. Oh yeah, that's fun. You can like find like treasures kind of, because you can find things that, like you can dig through stuff and you can find things that are really cool and they're so cheap and it's really fun.
Oh,
And it's like has history. So all the items have like, if you think about it, they have like history behind them. So you have like, this is someone's thing that they gave up, but now it's your thing.
oh, like what did they use it for, and
Yeah.
what
And then now-
stories behind it?
And you don't really know, but you can make
Oh.
something. And it's kind of fun.
That does sound very lovely, actually. Okay, show me the world of your secondhand stores, and I think I'll be able to find something like this.
Okay, I'll like.
Yep, you
Sure.
find a store, and there is outfits that you can choose. 5 silver per outfit.
Perfect. I'll
I
just get
find.
one for now.
Okay.
They're just like really common clothing to kind of blend in a little more for you.
I was thinking all dark, like dark colors, because the Ruffians always tend to wear the dark colors. You've noticed?
I mean, I think I don't know too many ruffians, but I think that sounds right.
All right,
I hope
I'm gonna
all
go
of them
with
are
that.
wearing bright colors when we need them.
They're all wearing like
Right, yeah.
Go to the funeral.
Or they're like the opposite. It's like like, oh, you're with this group, and you're like, no, but you're wearing all the uniforms.
yeah, all dark colors.
Oh no. Also, Mark, if at this place, not this clothing place, but the market in general, I want to find more candy because I'm probably out. So.
All
I'll
right.
find more candy.
Yep.
That's why you slept so much. You had a sugar crash.
Ah!
Yes.
I was like shoving candy in my mouth while I'm running to try and help me. Like.
Yeah, there's a spot where you can find like a bag full of candy for a silver piece. It's like
Also, do they have any, like seeds, like sunflowers, like seeds? Like I don't know. I want some.
you want
salty.
something to nibble on too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
This is
find.
why we play D&D. We got to get the real life, you know.
It's
Walk
true.
out of the way.
You can get a nice little bag of those for 3 copper pieces.
Okay. 3. And I'm sorry, how much was the candy?
1 silver.
Okay, good.
Why do you play D&D so I can buy all the snacks?
Snap time.
It's how I feel in real life.
But yeah, like as you're going through the
Sweet.
market, as you spent a lot of time there, like there's music playing different places. It's really a fun environment. Like it's very lively. People are like very jovial going around this morning. Very nice environment to be in.
Yay.
No
I
weird
wish
people in
we'd
their
stay here all
bathrooms wandering around.
That was earlier. We hear people talking about it.
Do you hear about
Yeah,
the guy that's
there's-
moaning? He's
There's
covered
like
in
a caricature
chocolate.
artist who has like a picture of a guy in a bathroom who looks like super skinny.
It's a caricature of him. We're like,
Yep.
what's like Jack?
That is a caricature of himself right now.
So
Anything
yeah, I
else to
think
do?
once we no, I don't think so.
So you can start heading back. Well, the others are back at the inn. And Euphemia goes to Dab's door.
There's just like incense and smoke billowing out the bottom of it. He's hot.
So I gotta knock. I kind of hesitantly go like,
Yeah,
knock,
come in.
knock, knock. Hot. Whoa! What are you doing in here? Oh my-
I think I'm almost there. Just don't distract me. I have limited supplies.
There was like a bowl that had different like ornamental things in it that are all emptied on the table. It's like this brass bowl that he grabbed off of one of the
Like,
shelves
to use like a sensor
It's-
for all his stuff.
just to burn all these things in.
Oh,
I'm just gonna stand. I'm gonna close the door behind me, but I'm gonna stand there and just watch you.
you just watch. You don't say anything.
Yeah.
If you come over here,
I'm-
hold this real quick. And he like has you like hold up pieces of paper so you can like. Okay, yeah, no.
I'm also
Hold on.
looking at like his face and his arms to see if he gained any of the weight back or if he looks the same.
Give me a medicine roll.
Just observing the patient in his natural habitat.
Mm-hmm.
17.
7. He's beginning to look a little better. Like he's got a little more plump to his cheeks now, rather than just
Okay.
being like super sunken in, and his
Okay,
arms are looking a little more filled out. So he's definitely returning closer back to his normal appearance.
See like a thing
Okay.
of rations that are open. He's just like snacking on while eating all this. Hands covered with chalk and incense and all that.
I'm not saying a single word. I'm just watching.
The entire time he'll just start talking about like what he's doing. He's like, so I'm pretty sure I had the runic variable wrong because when I inked it, I think I smeared something. And yeah, so the new spellbook, I linked it. And then, well, okay, to be honest, Kendra was kind of right about the whole emotional thing. I think I was looking at it at the wrong interface of the emotional matrix of magic. And he just starts going into everything he's doing. And, oh, wait, that's wrong. And then, fixes it. And it's just, if you don't interrupt him, he just continues to just mine while I'm at
He said not to interrupt. I'm not going to. You were in the middle of a spell. Just let him
so
yammer
excited
on.
about this one. I've been trying this for like ever.
Yeah,
Yeah, I might have been missing the component pouch. To be honest, I didn't think about that.
about an hour and 10 minutes into your casting now, Dab, because you're doing this ritually, I'm guessing, right?
Oh, of course.
Yes. Your spell goes off. Let me roll for the mishap potential.
Oh boy.
Do not take this away from me, Mark. Chat,
Oh boy.
mishaps.
We will see. There's
Oh
I will
boy.
take a mishap, but do not take the spell away from
that
me.
brought up to a high level. Let's find
Oh,
out.
good.
You are lucky, friend. There is no mishap this time.
It is a good day. It is a good day.
So describe your familiar for everyone.
Yeah, so finally the runic spells go off, and I'm guessing, and you tell me, Mark, is the orb at all or the anything reacting blue to this, or is that different?
Nothing happens with your
No.
eye
Okay.
this time.
I just wasn't sure flavor wise if that was going off or not. So but you do see there's like a piece of tattoo that does kind of flare up, kind of like in this runic. It's like his spell book. It's kind of like on his arm. He also has one that he uses. This is kind of where he casts from. So that's where like the rituals, as they're kind of lighting up on the chalk, they light up on his tattoo, kind of this blue electricity. And then in this little portal, you just start seeing slowly coming up from it an owl, a snow owl, but this one has bluish feathers at the tail tips of it. And it's got a little nice ornamental symbol of actually Dalmanet right on the middle of its forehead there.
So you can roll a religion check, Euphemia, if you'd like. See if you recognize that.
I don't know if I'm gonna do good, but I would still like to see, since we were just talking about Dalmanet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, that is a 20 plus 2. So
Yes.
22.
Yeah, so definitely you pick up on that symbol right away. It's pretty major deity. That symbol is prominent in many places, and you pick up on that immediately. That's a Dalmanet.
Rachel. It's a joke. But yeah, it just kind of
trying to be
shakes off,
helpful.
shakes off the arcane light, and just goes, "Whoa." Like him.
You named him Micah?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's sort of had, sorry, that was my voice getting excited there. Yeah, it's just, every time I picture like a familiar, myself having one, it's always kind of him in an owl form. Wasn't expecting that though. He was kind of like trying to see if it's like something that wipes off, and I was kind of like fighting it back.
It's Dalmanet.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that one. But it was full of surprises, new things. So yeah, he liked Dominic, so that actually makes sense.
That's nice.
You're definitely picking up
Beautiful
on a bit of
creature.
a whimsical side to this owl, Euphemia. Definitely gives
Okay.
off kind of a very whimsical vibe to you.
Okay. I like him. I like him a lot. He seems
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems kind of dreamy. So that fits Dalmanet.
That makes sense. And now we could do like Euphemia, dab Overwatch, shenanigans.
Just in case something happens, then
I mean, not always. I'm not
then,
gonna like
you know.
stalk you. Don't
Yeah.
worry. If you have your time. But just saying,
Well,
if
when we're
yeah,
working.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. That'll be great. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
I did a wizard thing.
Is this your first wizard spell? Like real wizard spell?
Yeah. There's no like the art. There's no like cabling. There's no like potion. It's just pure magic, baby.
Magic and determination. Now you're full of both.
This is so good. Good job, buddy. Oh, watch. And he just disappears. Now I don't get in trouble at the hotel.
It is a pretty standout owl, so I would be careful where you want to look inconspicuous. It might draw more attention to me than not in certain places. We'll just have to be careful.
Well, next time I ever cast that, I'll keep that in mind, and maybe we can, if we need to be sneak on it, we can make him look different. Or if you want like another cat, he could be a cat. He could be like an octopus or a hawk. Not sure what beyond that I might be able to function, but those are kind of the typical.
You can use whatever you like. It's your spell.
Yeah, this just kind of came. I know I've been talking about owls for a while, so this is just kind of like first thing that popped up. Said, "What do you want to be?" What calls to me? So the answer.
It seems fitting. It really does. Also,
Thanks.
do you feel a little better today? You look a little bit better.
Yeah, we got breakthroughs today. We're doing magic. The kids went pretty well.
Your whole mishap face.
Oh, right.
Weight thing, skin thing. Do you feel okay?
I was wondering why the shopkeeper's looking at me weird.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Want.
Yeah. Might have freaked out the entire staff here. I'll get Eleanor to fix it. It's fine. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Just chewing on some rations and stuff.
Well, the others will be back soon, and then we probably need to talk strategy. Do you have enough to eat, or do you need anything else?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I ate a mystery meat on the street vendor. It was like way cheaper than the breakfast here. A little burnt at the edges. Are you good? It's all about me today. So like, are you good? Everything you good? You kind of slept in there.
I had a dream last night.
Really?
And it was a good dream.
Good for you.
And I got some ideas.
What did you dream of?
Well, it was this beautiful, vibrant green forest, just packed with life and animals, and it was all connected. And a satyr told me that I needed to feel the connection to nature, and I just watched everything happen, and I got some ideas, I think, for how to use my abilities better.
That's exciting.
So.
What kind of new stuff you want to share? Or are you gonna hold on to it?
I don't really know until I try yet how it's gonna work, but I do think I am gonna be a lot better at sneaking and being quiet.
That's
which will
good.
be really useful for getting some information, I think.
That's exciting.
So,
Well, I'm all into. We'll figure out all this new stuff while we're undercover at the same time.
I think it'll be good to try it out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trying to be super cool about not being too excited, but that's why I did it here. Like, I just have to get it out of my system.
I'm gonna go. I actually want to write my mentor about this stream because I think she would find it interesting, and then they should be back soon. So I'm gonna go pen that up really quick and.
Okay, I'm gonna clear out the smoke and go apologize to the staff.
That sounds like a good plan.
And clean up.
Eleanor would probably appreciate that.
Probably. Let me know if you need anything. I'm here to help.
Thanks.
Thanks for checking in, by the way, and being a willing volunteer to witness my first spell.
I'm glad I was here. That was pretty special.
Thanks.
Congrats.
I appreciate it. Means a lot.
She's just gonna duck out really fast and go back to her room.
He's just keeping the door open, trying to open the window.
Now the whole hallway is full of smoke.
Yep.
Hopefully, he has like a window. He can
Yeah,
open or
you
something.
can open the window maybe, and
He does
Maybe
both.
not the hallway.
there are a few of the hotel staff who smell what's going on, and they come up and seem inquisitive about this. And... wonderful, wonderful.
I'm sure you have arcane visitors all the time, trying out new spells and not new spells. Known spells, but new for me. Arcane, simple spells. See, it's not familiar. Don't worry, it won't go anywhere.
Just they wander off.
They're not getting paid enough to. And they're like, I need to.
Sorry about freaking you guys out last night. Thanks. I don't
That was
normally
his
look like
apology.
this. There we go. I think we're good.
He's like, I did a good job.
I did it. Look at me go.
Another successful social interaction. Yeah.
Yes.
So, eventually, the other two come back, and Euphemia's in her room writing her letter. You all can meet up if you'd like.
Yes. Would we just assume we're meeting in Eleanor's room, or
Sure. Fine with me.
probably? I guess I would assume that because I was there in the morning already, so that's where I would go.
Before I would even like have people come over, I like change really fast and finish getting ready.
Sure.
To my new
Transform.
ruffian outfit that's not a ruffian outfit.
Yeah.
Her new avatar.
Literally
Yeah.
just second hand. That's the only thing. Like, it's not Ruffy, it's just someone else's dojo.
Oh man.
But yeah, you all can get
But,
together
yeah.
there and go for your plan.
Hey guys, watch this. And I'll use Mage Hand to close the door like Kindred, should.
Let me roll for that.
Oh no. Watch this.
Oh, there you go,
I have a
Mishap.
box.
No.
Well, we're waiting for it.
Yep.
At least it
He's
wasn't on
nothing
the
on
other
his
one.
house this morning.
Let me roll. The spell still happens. But let me roll for the mishap.
Also, his Mage Hand is like a very fancy Victorian glove, like very formal and like a butler's.
Is it like a leather glove or a cloth one?
Definitely. Well, I was
So,
thinking leather, but
Nice.
as the
Well.
hand goes and closes the door, you just hear these like chirps of birds, just chirp, 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 as he's doing his spell.
Oh no.
What in the world?
that I look at the. It's not my owl. That's
Can we
weird.
tell where they're
Owl?
coming from? Oh,
Oh my! Is it like, does it appear or something?
I just put him down. Winnie.
Oh my! Yeah, there's an animal in the room right now.
Yeah,
that is
it's
very-
my familiar.
Found one. Where'd you
it's
find
okay,
it?
Eleanor.
No. I summoned one.
Oh, wait, really?
It's
Mhm.
your.
Yeah,
Oh, like,
it's
was it-
Micum.
Oh.
Can I pet him, or does he not want to be
Yeah,
pet?
yeah. Go. I don't know.
Okay.
Michael, she's good people. You're fine.
Can I can I give him some seeds? Because I was.
There you go. Oh my god.
I'm gonna give him some seeds and make friends with him.
Do owls
Yeah,
eat seeds, or are they just carnivores?
They're just
Eleanor,
carnivore seeds, but
Is
you
it
know.
laundry day? Are you out of clothes or something?
Those are
No,
ruffian
this is-
clothes.
This is my ruffian outfit.
They're second
Oh.
Is she like embarrassed when she says that, or is she a little bit proud of herself?
She seems a little proud of herself.
Like, I'm in costume today.
You look ruffianian.
Normal. I look normal, I think.
Yeah, you gotta look normal.
It's
I was
like-
gonna say that, but I didn't want to like offend
Perfect.
you. But I guess that's
But-
what you're going for.
But also, like, would you say like a bit classy still, but like in a normal sort of way? That's what
Understated.
I'm doing. That's understated.
Understated.
I step back with Euphemia, looking at her as like from a perspective of like we're about to make a shady deal. How does she look right now? Does she look
You mean
fake
Eleanor?
ruffian, or does she actually look like she's pulling it off like Grease at the end, where she kind of pulls off the leather jacket?
The greaser? She's like has like a comb. There you go. Slick. Fireman's slick.
First off,
Yeah,
Eleonora,
that's not happen.
roll
Yeah.
me a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. Okay.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot that just happened.
All right. 17.
Okay. She looks all right. She picked out something pretty decent.
Yeah, it's actually not bad.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, if you can pull it off, then yeah. You know, like personality-wise, with it, you know, you gotta be normal. You gotta be the ruffian.
Well,
Be the ruffian. Yes. Well, I think if I can look around a bit and see how others act, I might be able to do it.
When in doubt,
I'm willing
you
to
could
try,
just say
at
anything.
any
That's
rate.
my plan.
What?
Mm.
I said, when in doubt, you could always just not say anything. That's my plan.
Yes.
We're just gonna.
More slang.
Or-
Mostly.
or
I know it's slang.
you might not have to tone it down a lot. It depends what angle we want to use.
That's what I was thinking too.
That's actually a good point.
So, if
We might
We-
need you to be you to an extent.
yes,
A version of you.
I would assume a bit like what Kendra. I was thinking about what Kendra said last night, and it was a bit like if you are someone that no one else wants to mess with. I mean, I've had to have stern talkings to employees that misbehave, so I would assume it is the same thing.
Similar.
So you know, like the
So-
moments like you snap on me.
Yes.
Yeah, you could be like that.
Embarrassing
Like, all
was-
the time. Yeah,
Well, perhaps not all the time, but
not like to everybody, but like to me. And then you could show them like I'm your like underling or like your bodyguard. And you're like, oh,
Oh.
don't mess with her. Don't get on her bad side. And oh, we're on her good side. This is good. You know. Eleanor, you don't. Or I mean, if you don't look like you like that idea.
I just think the more elaborate we get, the easier it is to slip up.
Oh, I was thinking about whole backstories while I was working on that.
That's
Familiar.
what Winifred was
That's
saying.
what I said too.
See?
Well, let us first, before we do anything else. Winifred did not hear the extent of the details. So, it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I was a little nervous last night, so I may not have picked up all the details. Do any of you remember it better? I feel like I might slip it up a bit.
Go for it. We'll add in if you want.
Oh, okay. Rachel doesn't remember half of it, so please
okay.
someone take this.
I'll just say that basically there's a man, his name is Finley, and he was a nobody until
His name is Finn Finley or
Finn
Finley?
or Finley.
Oh, I liked Finn Finley. Okay, sorry,
That's
go
a
ahead.
good name though. Yeah.
That's why I said too. I thought that was a nice name. Okay, I wanted to know.
He
how
likes
good this
fishing.
is. Finn Finley.
Dabbly.
I like it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A couple weeks ago, he was pretty much a nobody, and then he started talking about this device that he had access to that could protect people from magic. And he's been very mysterious about it. And from what Kendra said, it sounded like he's been talking it up to people with means, people with money, and trying to figure out basically a private auction tomorrow. That
Wait, were you just kidding when you said that he was a fisherman, or he really is a fisherman?
no, he's a nobody.
Oh, I thought, because I was saying, you said
They
that
think
there's
he was
strange
in one of
things-
the gangs.
Yeah,
Oh, because you said there's strange things that come out of the
unrelated.
Oh yes.
chasm. I didn't. Maybe he found something or something.
We don't know
came
where he
out.
found it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
we don't know where he found it.
Interesting.
So we need to figure out. He has a friend named Bradford, it sounds
Oh.
like, that he might be close to. And Kendra was giving us some locations that they tend to hang out.
Apparently,
So-
Bradford and Finley were not seen together recently since the announcement of
This
the
object.
sale.
Yeah.
So
Are we-
either they
are we
had a
going in
falling
protect-
out, or maybe Bradley's protecting it potentially.
Ah.
Under the radar somehow.
And are we approaching this as if like we're interested in buying the object too, or are we like just happening to run into him? Like how do we want
That's
to?
what we need to decide.
Ah, okay.
As
And I
go ahead.
I think our first, before we decide on that, though, I think what we should do is get eyes on this Finley and just kind of see what his deal is. You know. So
Yeah.
I mean I could do that if you want me to.
I think that would be very helpful, even to know how he functions, what he seems to respond to. Because if any dialogue is to happen, guidance on what he seems
What
to respond
direction.
to. Mm-hmm.
What direction to
Agreed.
take.
Yes.
Also the kind of people he's speaking to and what they might be
Yes.
up to would probably be good. Just so we have some information.
So,
Okay.
try and get some eyes on him first. We have locations. Would we want to do the same for the other friend?
For Bradford?
Or... Mhm.
I don't know if we know any additional places he's been, or if we just hope that he's...
I thought she gave us both, but did she not, Mark?
Sorry, what was that?
Did she give us both locations of like where the two tend to hang out?
Yeah,
Or just Finley?
that was where they would both be seen hanging out. Typically, she gave you those locations.
together. So we might see one or the other, or both, potentially.
I see.
I would assume we had a description of both of them, so we know what we're looking for.
Yeah,
Or-
there'd be like a brief description of what they look like.
Okay. Just have to wait until someone says my name. We could be watching for like...
Yeah, like,
Right.
who is it? Yeah.
Yeah, both of them are a little more muscular built. Finley has red hair, and he has a mustache and a beard. Whereas Bradford is a little bit taller, bigger of a guy, kind of closer to middle age, bald on top, and a big brown beard, brown hair.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. I think getting an eye on them would be best, but from there we can determine, do we go up as sellers? Do we come in as maybe, hey, we got your best interest in mind. You're starting to create more waves than you think we can handle. You think you can handle. A couple different ways to go about it.
Yes,
Oh, just
Winnie,
being
it sounded...
forthright
it's-
about it.
Yeah, it sounded like this could get very dangerous if he bails on anybody that he promised this object to. They're people that could potentially harm him or kill him if he doesn't deliver on his promise once he makes it. So he's
I don't
maybe
honestly,
bitten off a very large piece of
It sounds like he's being guarded
realize.
by some of those sellers as well.
there's
Keeping an
people
eye on him
making
so he doesn't
sure.
back out.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
So-
who knows? If we can stealth this, get this out of his hands, get some leverage, might be able to intimidate him just to get out of Dodge, or anything does
Potentially.
happen.
Or like
I
not
guess
even
we need
intimidate,
to
but be
see.
like, hey, like, do you want like maybe he wants out, but he's scared.
Yep.
Or forced.
I
to
mean,
stay.
honestly, I know we're all trying to, give him a second chance and protect him before handing him over to the wolves, but at the end of the day, it's going to be his choice, right?
And our mission is to get the object.
Regardless of what it does to
That's-
him.
That's the objective here.
Yes, I think that we can adapt. I am not I won't shy away either if things get messy,
Messy.
I should say. Yes, but I would prefer it not to. But we'll do what we can.
But I think before we come up with something really complicated that we could mess up details on or run into issues with, we should just see who this guy is and what he's about.
Yes, I agree.
That should determine.
Agreed.
And just so that you all know, I don't know if this could be useful, but just so you know it's in the running, I can still forge magical letters. If that would be useful, I don't know if it would be, but
It might.
the right circumstances, perhaps. I can still use detect magic if we need to do that. I also can listen and comprehend various languages for about an hour. So if, let's say, Euphemia, they start talking another language or something, I might be able to, if I am able to listen, I might be able to understand. Also, and I just look, I'm like in the room. Death was very gracious, and he gave me a few other additional resources. So, more for
Ooh.
combat, but
Hoping we don't need it, but always good to have.
so one is just to paralyze a person. So, it seems
Nice.
like they might have a resistance to it potentially, but there's still a chance. Just take it right out of someone's pocket if they're holding it. I don't know. And also just a protective sort of thing.
Perfect.
But
Oh,
That's exciting.
hey, when we get a chance, like we're like sharing some of our stuff. Can I write down that comprehend thing? At some point.
oh yes, why do you have an owl? We just moved right past that. Oh, what is going on
He's
with
a wizard now.
that? What did you actually do?
Oh.
Yeah. Kendra's kind of.
Davril,
Yeah, she kind of she was right.
she was so right. I am so proud of you, Davril. I just hug you.
Thanks, and I'll go back. He wasn't expecting
You
that.
did
That is
it.
lovely. I'm so proud of you. You persevered, and look what you did. You broke through.
He probably looked like a kid that had a mom. Hey, he's proud of him for a while. Like, thanks. And he's smiling,
Cheaper.
but trying to play it off yeah, whatever,
Like the
little cute.
Bashful.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's just cool. It's cool. Yeah.
It's
But yeah,
very
no.
impressive. I'm so excited to see what you do with it.
Excited. So yeah, I guess I'm not sure what it is about the emotional ties of blade singing, and the flow of that versus the other magic. Why they're just not connecting. But yeah, I just started thinking about on what happened and kind of just let it go a little bit to more of a understanding and closure. And
Yes, it does seem that she was right facing. What happened is what sort of solved it, I suppose. So it's good.
so yeah, we got quite a few extra tools in the shed that, and he kind of points to his tattoos and his book and things that I can kind of employ now that I think will help a little bit. And I probably won't do it now, but if we ever need it, I can send messages between us a little more quietly in our heads.
I can do that as well. Yes, I just
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
Just it's a big gamble with these mishaps.
I don't like casting unless I need to. So
Yeah,
but
I mean,
yes,
what would you do? Point in every direction and continuously do it or something like that?
lose 30 pounds and yes. Oh,
It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I gotta be very wise when we use message.
He's
yes.
gaining again. He's
Yes.
coming back out.
Oh,
at
good.
least.
Yeah. I'm one belt loop back, I think, in my robe.
Good. All right, that's good. I didn't know if this would be permanent or not, but
It's a long one.
long one.
It's not the worst. Some people really want to lose weight.
I would be devastated if that happened to me, so I'm glad you don't mind
That's fair.
that much. Oh, my clothes wouldn't fit properly. It'd be horrible.
They've been
I don't know,
tailored.
I think it's a good shady look. Little ruffian look.
Perhaps, actually, that might have added to it, yes. You're very much adding to the illusion. Winifred, it is a gold there and a gold back to get to the ruffian side. I shouldn't stop calling it that. I'm gonna accidentally
The
call it
east
that.
side.
Yeah,
This,
Ruffian's
the east
gonna
side of
clear
the
it
city.
out.
Yes.
Inside. Okay. That's kind of expensive, right?
It's a long
Very
ride.
long ride.
So
Okay. Oh, okay. So we're probably not coming back here tonight. We're gonna stay over there, I'm assuming.
I don't know if we want to stay, but it was pretty late at night when we went back later on. So I think they have it always going.
Okay.
Oh,
Good to
Also,
know.
I spent a lot of money on some arcane stuff. I got 12 gold left, so just want to
Oh,
let you
dear,
guys
Davril.
know. Yeah, I invested a
Alright.
lot in this stuff.
Which makes sense. You're just starting out.
Yeah, I got this thing, and he got like this round diamond orb. He's like, this is gonna be fun when I use it.
What is it?
It's a bit of a chromatic orb. I can shoot some elemental things with it.
Oh.
Can I activate it without actually doing a spell? Like kind of like
Well,
just rotating.
as you kind of are
doing
turning
right
it, as the light catches it, it almost like has that kind of prism effect where you can see the different colors that catch on
Oh,
the
cool.
corners. So you can
Kitty.
see that.
now? Like catch some of the different flavors of magic in it. Yeah.
That would be effective.
So, are you saying we should maybe find somewhere less expensive tonight? Is that
Oh, that's
Oh
all right.
no, I'm fine. I'm just sleeping with one of you guys if we're gonna do that.
I see. We don't need to stay here again tonight. I enjoyed it very much, and I appreciate you all being gracious. But I know it is expensive, so I don't mind finding somewhere else if we need to.
Yeah, I wasn't saying anything. I was just kind of putting it out there that might be mooching off you guys for a little bit. Sorry.
As long as you pay half.
He was not
Give me a
playing.
chance. Go on.
hopefully we don't have to go back and forth more than a handful of times?
I mean, I guess I could always sell this, again, but probably won't get my full money back.
Just be wise with the rest of your money, I think, and you will be just fine.
Well,
But, all right, so the plan is to scout first. Would you... I guess where would we be while you would do that? I think we should discuss that now, before we are standing in an alley looking lost.
I think it just depends where he is. I mean, do you want me to go
Very
look
true.
at all the places myself? I can do that. Or are we going to look at all the places, like split up and come back and find where he is?
I mean, let's just stick together. If we find a place that we think needs to be scouted out, we'll find like a nearby tavern or something, or place to go sit down and send you off, right?
I think that works.
Well, I think I can stay a cat longer now, so that should help.
Nice.
If I'm
would you
gonna
want
be
to
really...
turn into something a bit more... not as in your face, I suppose. Cat is rather large.
Cats all over the city.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
buildings, though? That's...
On
That-
You
that's
keep the
right.
door open too long.
I wasn't sure if a
Probably.
spider or something would be less...
It would take me a very long time to cross a room as a spider, just saying.
Yeah, good point. Be a rat.
Yes, is there anything else you could do that's not a cat or a spider?
Bug? A bug that can fly?
I can't
A
fly.
bird? Oh.
I do like
I could
cat though.
I could be a rat or something. Some places don't take kindly to rats in their establishment either. A cat would be a little bit less.
I guess it just depends on how much you could hide, because a cat would be...
Well, I can hide pretty well for a while.
So, I'm not sure. I guess we can look and see if there are other animals in the building, but
I mean,
I...
dog, cat, mouse. Your usual city critters. We can also see if
Cockroach.
there's anything around. Just turn into one of those.
Oh, yes, to blend in. I think that's smart,
Mhm.
actually. Yes. All right, so we'll improvise when we get there.
That's a quick decision.
All right. Perfect. Well, I think we need. Oh, also, Winifred, the sale is tomorrow, so we need to get this done today or
Okay.
tonight, or in the morning on Saturday, I suppose, or whatever. Fantasy Saturday. I don't know.
Fantasy Saturday. Sounds like a sports thing.
It does.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we kind of have to figure out as we go then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think as long as we do things to not draw attention to ourselves, Davra, I'll know you're excited, but I'm talking to you. Then we will be all right. All right.
So we're being stealthy, yeah?
Or blending in at
ambiguous.
least.
Yeah.
Nondescript.
There'd be people with armor about, right? I mean, come on.
I would
bodyguards and all that.
assume.
Well, because I got one of two choices. I could stay in like my little follow mode, which I'm kind of thinking, especially if anything does happen. Or I could switch to my little ranged mode and be a little more stealthy, but not a whole lot. I'm just gonna stay there. I think I'm fine.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
We're not really
We're
trying
not
to.
going to do sneaking necessarily. I think sneaking might be more conspicuous if we get caught sneaking,
Or at least right now. Yes.
Now, I know owls don't normally go out in the day, so if needed, I can be Overwatch for you, but I'd probably not want to
Like in the building.
have that hovering over us too often. No, I was just kind of thinking more like up above the building,
I see.
making sure, like, if anything goes wrong, it can report
There's
back to us.
definitely a time and a place for that, I think. But
Yeah, I just not
maybe
sure.
not
if it's-
here today.
agree. I
We
can-
should try it soon, though.
Be fun.
Or an emergency situation, So, all right. Well, we're ready. I think we should get going.
I think so.
Scratch him real quick and then dismiss him.
Your owl is not there. You all start leaving.
Did Michael like the seeds, though?
Love them.
Seeds.
Do owls eat seeds?
Very familiar owls eat seeds.
Yeah.
Yep.
The owl does not seem like it needs to eat. But
Mm-hmm. He
Dav,
likes treats, though.
do you have the hope that Micah would eat the seeds?
Yeah, but like, come on, just we make her feel better. Like maybe eat a couple seeds.
So Micah eats some of the seeds.
yeah,
just-
Yay!
look at that Winnie. He likes you already.
Yay!
Everybody won't make you do that too often.
Every day when he gives him seeds now, and every day he's like,
I'm
"Can you just do one more day." I'm sorry.
I keeps looking at you like, this is gonna end eventually. I'm not eating seeds
Alright.
tomorrow.
So what are you all doing?
Going to
Go to the
Yeah.
east side.
the thingy.
Going to the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bridge time.
You begin your walk now fully in the daytime of Northport, and I think this is the first time now for Euphemia to be outside in the daytime. And you
Mhm.
definitely feel the energy of the city. It's very much alive, very much active. There's even points like as you're walking, you pass through some neighborhoods that have really nice houses. You see some of the towers like floating through over the city, like moving in different places, and it's definitely a very alive feeling city. There's even a point as you're passing by like a very fancy house, there's some gardens in the front of it with some bushes, and you see some little creatures flying around the rose bushes out front and different things. And as you get closer, you realize that there's a bunch of little pixies that are flying around in this yard, and they kind of
might
some of them
actually,
like
like-
wave to you as you guys
yeah.
are passing by.
I'm totally waving back. Like, just eyes wide. I don't think you guys have ever seen her smile this big.
Aww.
I'm pretty sure. Just pure delight. Like,
There's like a couple that like come over to you and like put a flower in your hair, Euphemia.
uh,
Oh,
she blushes a little.
I don't know. You made that noise.
What? Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely, Euphemia.
They're so nice.
What? Have you ever
They're
seen
so
any
cool.
like
No, no.
Euphemia really likes pixies.
that?
Good to know.
I don't even think she would say that much, but her eyes
She's
are
like,
just like,
ah.
yeah, delighted. I would also be keeping an eye out, Mark, as we walk, especially as we head to the east side, for like if I see any animals in alleys or like who's roaming around.
Sure. Give me a
Real quick with the
perception roll.
pixies with that as well. Does that feel like it'd be natural to hear, or maybe a side effect of maybe mishaps?
You can give me a. We'll do nature roll for that as well.
Okay, I got a 20.
Thank Dev doesn't care that much. 11.
11. Okay. Dev, you would have probably thought maybe you've heard stories about pixies being around. Like, it's not too outlandish that there are some, but you have not encountered them probably in most of your travels, for the most part. But maybe in the forests you would find them more often, and not really sure about too many other details. And Euphemia, as you're walking along, you do spot an assortment of a few animals. There's like some dogs that are wandering around, and some birds, some cats, various different things that you do spot in the city.
Okay.
A lot of them are
Cool.
kind of those domesticated pets too that people have, but there are some that are wandering the streets as well.
Okay, cool.
Euphemia.
Hmm?
Are pixies like common ground here? I mean, is that normal?
Have I seen pixies before, Mark?
Roll a nature roll for me.
I wasn't sure like if you
16.
got them when you are.
16. You probably have seen some pixies. They a lot of times are, when they're in the wild, they hide a lot more.
Sure.
These ones are definitely a lot more kind of social and seem like they are more used to being around people. But you probably have seen some in the forests before, just pretty rarely.
Okay. Usually, in the wild, they're a little more shy, so
Oh,
it's nice.
that's fun.
Yeah.
Like when you go to a park where like a lot of people are, and like squirrels always come up to you and be like, "Ah, we know what you got," type of thing.
I mean, I'm sure you
That's-
could convince them to come a little closer, but they're pretty wily out in the wild.
Interesting.
Because they're considered fae, right? I mean, do I have that right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
They would be. Mm-hmm.
I didn't really realize
Know
there's a
much
lot of
about that.
yeah. Didn't realize there are a lot of fae out in the open. Pretty cool.
Well, usually
lot.
they like to stay kind of under the radar, so they must feel really safe at that house or something.
No, but I mean, like on this plane. I mean, I know it's created, but like, wouldn't fae typically be from a? Well, actually, let me take that back. Mark, is that known lore that's similar to Feywild things, or is your world's different?
My
Or, like,
world Fae stuff is different, so
Okay, that's what I was just. Okay, I realize I'm using other stuff.
Like
So never mind.
D&D
That
lore, yeah.
I'm not even. He wouldn't be questioning it then.
Yep.
Cool. I just realized that. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah.
I don't have traditional Feywild
Yeah.
rules. So
Gotcha. Cool. Sweet. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, if they were like from a different plane or something.
they very well could be, but you might not know about
Right.
it.
Yeah. Cool. That's cool, Euphemia. Neato.
But anything else on your way to the bridge that you guys would like to do?
I can't think of anything. Unless we're forgetting something, but
You want to double check before you go across the bridge and get to the whole other loading zone, you know?
Hello. Oh boy.
You're about to advance the story to a part where you cannot go back.
Right?
Click yes.
We're gonna go back to Yellowfields. We have to do the boat thing before we go forward.
Real
Yeah.
quick.
All right. So you walk the rest of the way to the bridge, and you're met by some people who are working there. They look like they have a lot of like gear on them to do maintenance on the bridge. And there's one of them that just kind of greets you as you walk up and just, what can I do for you? You need a ride?
Yes, please.
Gold each?
Yeah, all right.
Get in. And he takes your gold.
Hey, do you guys need any like help with maintenance or anything? Like maybe like for a free ride? I'm an artificer, so like.
We're good. We got it.
Like I said, tool. Okay, all right.
We're good.
Extra eye. Just one eye though. Get it?
Just one.
It's just.
They're already so tired, and it's only like 9 a.m. in the morning.
Have you guys heard that other eye one? What do you call a fish with no eyes? Psh. It's a no eye joke.
That's clever.
Starts pulling some
Yeah.
levers and just you start taking off across the bridge.
I thought it was a little funny.
Yeah, I appreciate the chuckle.
In the daylight, can I watch the water and see if like you see anything?
So give me perception rolls, everybody, if you would like to look out as you're going.
Yes, please.
French
Nat
monster?
20!
Very nice.
Yay! Sister power. It's because we went shopping
Yeah.
together. We had the
It
montage.
is.
You just missed it.
We had the montage.
It was
in our-
perfect.
We just didn't
22.
RP it, but there were definitely a montage. 23.
21.
Okay. So now that, again, it's a very bright day, nice day, you can see much more clearly now what's happening. The bridge is like somewhat wide. It's not like a super narrow bridge, so there's certain parts where like you can't see straight down, but because you can kind of look out farther now and see further out, you can see this large like crack that is in the city filled with water now, and the clear divide that just goes incredibly far inland from where you are too. It just goes and goes and goes, clearly further than you've even traveled to get into the city in a day. Like it just goes very, very far, and then all the way to the water where you are as well. You don't notice anything really that stands out to you on the water, but it's just very clear that there is a significant crack that's formed between the city, and again, this thing is probably a good like 3 miles across from one side to the other, so it's a huge portion of the city has been destroyed as you are going through this.
Do you imagine the size of an elemental if it came out of this? Oof.
I want to.
Wait, an elemental came out of it? Did I miss that?
If
was like,
something
if.
were to come out.
Oh, I was about to say.
How
I
did it fill with water? What? I don't miss that.
think the ocean just rose to meters.
Oh,
Yeah, you guys are right next to the water's edge, the ocean edge, so it just
Mhm. Oh,
cracked
okay.
and filled in. But yeah, you guys keep going all the way across to the other side as it begins to approach. We're gonna take a break here, and we'll pick up with the second half after the break and looking into the ruffian side of town and see what happens.
Be all shady
there.
with ruffians.
So
I'm going to blend in splendidly.
stick around.
Can you do it?
We'll see what happens as we start diving into the mission. So be back shortly. All right, we're back and ready to pick up our second half here and see how our Horde Hunters do on the big mission in the Ruffians side of town. So we'll see how they handle things as they approach the edge of the bridge. Get a nice, bright, sunny day. The person starts pulling some levers and they slowly come to a stop. Just ring the bell. We need another ride back.
Thank you very much.
And he'll pull levers and start going back across the bridge.
I hope the bell works. That'd be unfortunate if that was like down for maintenance or something like later. Anyways.
Why? What are you talking about?
Well, because they're working maintenance on it. That's all.
Oh.
If we get stuck here, that would just be that'd be bad.
They probably have maintenance a lot though, right? It's a big bridge. I feel like it'd be stuff happening all the time. Maybe not.
Well, we ready?
Let's do this.
Would we have a general idea of where these locations are that Kendra told us?
Yep. So
Place to start. Okay.
he or she would have given you some details about how he worked, Finley worked at the docks. There is a tavern that is nearby the kind of like the water's edge there called the Wharf that he would often go to. And she even told you where his house is. And that's also in that same area. So they're all kind of further like north of where you are, closer to the water's edge.
Okay.
And did she say the docks had the North
That was those
Sea Rovers? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean that's what Japnat told us.
So
Right, that's right.
that group of monster hunters is known
Yeah,
to be kind of near the more on the water. So they definitely could be in that vicinity, or
Is that one of the aggressive ones or the okay ones?
They're iffy.
yeah, it's
So,
one of those middle ground
Potentially
ones.
aggressive.
Okay. Okay.
That's the
I wrote
monster hunter group. Okay. They just saying, if we get any dead ends, they might be a decent source of information. Not saying best, just saying decent.
Hopefully we don't have to engage. That was kind of
Agreed.
the idea I was picking up on. But
Just
good
saying
news
dead
is,
end, that's all.
should be a lot of cats by the docks because there's mice by the ships. So I'll fit right in.
What'd you say, Eleonora? You're muted.
I was just agreeing.
All right. So you all are starting to head that direction.
Did Kendra mention if he's stopped working since this sale, or is he still like working?
Probably unclear at this point, so she didn't really say much.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, it is a little bit of a journey towards the water's edge, as that is fairly far from the bridge. It's going to take you probably just under 2 hours to get up there from as you're walking up. So it takes a significant amount of time walking from where you are to which location, I guess, would you probably want to check out first? Ooh, we get another blessing roll. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Don't
be
Will it be have Kelly again, or will it be somebody new? Ashley, you get it this time.
Ashley!
Yeah.
D4 required. Cool, thank you.
That's cute because John did it.
It worked out perfectly.
His love
He's-
did it.
He's across from me, so thanks, John.
I want to point out
So
real
the
quick
other-
too. I was just reading the book appearance on a spell book, and the last line, and this is what I'm gonna do for Dab, says, or even a loose collection of notes scratched together after you lost your previous spell book in a mishap. You're official, Mark.
Wow.
Aw,
Look
yeah.
at me go.
Sorry. I thought that was fun.
I would assume we would go to the public place first, the wharf, but I guess that would be my assumption.
Like
unless
I suppose would he be working?
It's daytime, so I would just.
Wait, is the wharf the bar though, or is the wharf
The wharf is the tavern, and he works on the docks, which is by the tavern.
Which is okay. So we could, that's both of them.
Kind of hit two of them.
Sure.
I mean, still think this is where we start, but I don't think he'll be working if he's trying to make a deal of his life. That's just me.
But he might be at the tavern.
Agreed.
If he's at the tavern, then we know he's not at his house. So.
I also want to keep an eye out
Let's
for
go
this
then.
Bradley character. Bradford.
So you're going to the wharf
Bradley.
first?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you make your way there after about 2 hours of walking, traveling through this portion of the city. It is, again, a lot more run down over here. You see those red X's on doors almost like everywhere. There's not many that even look like they... It's almost everything, I guess, that's you have that red X on it that you're passing by. Except for maybe houses that don't have doors anymore. It's pretty abandoned, pretty sketchy. There are the occasional ones that look like they probably are lived in that you spot that don't have the X on it, but most homes have those red X's on them. And you approach this very patched together, dusted by like the sea breeze tavern. It's kind of square shaped and has multiple like porches that are on the outside of it, and you are able to make your way into the wharf if you'd like.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, do we all
Are
want to
people
go in, or
Oh.
what do we want to do?
Is there like a place, like if everything's abandoned, would it look weird if we just like found something? We can like find something to do out here, right? If everything's like abandoned, or is there like people about?
There's occasionally people, and now that you're closer to kind of the water's edge, there's more activity. There are people who are kind of sitting around. You can hear some of the people working on the docks and like yelling back and forth, and you see the occasional ship that is looking like it's being like repaired from where you are. But
Looking around though, is it obvious that like everyone else is working or busy? Like, is there anywhere we like a shop or something we could like pretend to be busy at, or does it seem like the wharf is the only thing that would make sense for us to be going to?
there really isn't a lot of business being conducted here. The dock would probably be the most active thing around where you are, and then the wharf would be the other place.
Right.
Is there anyone just like sitting on the dock, like not really doing anything?
There's lots of people just kind of loitering around. There's
Okay. That's sorry. That's a better way of asking that. I was asking that in a weird way. I guess should we go by the dock for a while, and you think maybe you can do your thing, or should we all go in?
Go watch the fishies.
That'd be fun, but
You
I don't know if
could
that would be.
see if he's out here working too.
Thinking.
That's true. Should we split up or no?
So either you could go in the tavern as a cat. Correct? Is that what you're thinking?
I could. Mm-hmm.
All right. And we stand out here. Well, we could swap,
Mm-hmm. And I could run around the docks.
which may blend in a little better.
That's true.
But it depends, because I don't know if we need to overhear any conversations, but
You guys have the like talking in your head spell you said?
yes.
How far does that go? Would it reach Euphemia if you're at the docks?
Not very far. 120 feet-ish.
I guess we could always go into the tavern, see what we can see, and Euphemia can go in the docks, and if she doesn't find anything, she can just come in the tavern and afterward we could like sit and get a drink or something and see if we can find anything. And does that make any sense?
Or-
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if you want to waste the time on it too. If you don't find anything, you could stay in a cat, follow us to the house if we find it. If we find him here, you know what I'm saying? Stay in
How about
cat form.
yeah, how often can you do your form, Euphemia? That's the first question.
Twice a day.
All right, so we need to be a little sparing.
I have probably a couple hours each time, but I can only be really, really quiet for like the first half of it.
And
The rest wear off.
yes, and you would need help communicating, I would assume. So even if you found something, you'd have to switch back to tell us, correct?
Right.
So, do we want to just walk around first? Walk around the dock, go inside, see if there's anything to see, and if not, then we go to the house or something else, and we know when to use your shape, changing abilities.
It is public
Or-
enough here that there's really no reason to sneak at the moment.
Yeah, it's fine.
And then when the time comes, or
When
if we
we
see him,
located
then you
him.
can go switch. Yes.
That makes sense.
That way we don't waste anything that you have to offer.
Euphemia, with your passive insight, you're able to kind of pick up too that there are people who have taken notice of you for kind of wandering into their turf. And it's like 4 people grouped together, all chatting. There's definitely a few people who've kind of like stop
Already
and stare a
kinda-
little bit and just start moving. But
Whatever we do, I think we ought to move on it soon because we do stand out a little.
Sure.
Mm.
Let's head inside, grab a drink. That's what we came here for, right?
You've been walking a bit anyway.
And then
Yeah.
we'll do a walk around the docks on our way out.
right, so you
I
head
think
into
that's
the
fine,
wharf. All of you are going in.
Makes
For the
sense.
time being, yeah, we've already been pegged.
So all
I
4
do
of you-
kind of want to glance at that group and note if they like look like everyone else here, if they look different.
Sure.
Are they those monster hunters? That's what I'd be
Smart.
wondering.
Give me the investigation for this one.
I'm gonna use my bless.
That's not for
Okay.
ability checks, though.
Oh, wait.
It's
Oh,
only
wait,
for
it's just for
saves and
saves.
attacks. So
Right? Okay, never mind. That's a 8.
8. Okay. It's hard to tell. They definitely do not have a lot on them that really stands out to you.
Okay.
So you're not really sure who they are, what significance they might have in the area.
Okay. I'm noting them though. I want to remember them in case they're back.
You do have an advantage die if
There.
you want to use that, though. You still have that if you choose to use that instead.
I'm gonna save it.
Okay. So, you walk inside, though, into the wharf. It's definitely a place that probably doesn't smell the best to people like Eleonora. There's some pungent odors of like thick alcohol smell. There's some BO in the room. It's definitely
Fishy.
there's the dead
Sailor
fish
and
smell.
yeah.
Like it's not the best. Maybe a little moldy, even like mildewy smells. It's kind of just this assortment of just like slaps to the face as you're walking around in this place. The seats have like the upholstery kind of broken in places, and it's not a well-loved establishment. But there are definitely a few people in the room that you can spot. It's the way it's structured is it's kind of this outer area is all seating, like a square, and the intersections where the bar is. So to get a really good view, you'd probably have to walk all the way around it to see everything. There is some visibility between the center, but there's like shelving that's hanging down in the center where they put up different bottles that's blocking a clear view straight across. So
Noting that, could we kind of just give a quick glance around and then walk to the other side to sit? That way then we can take a glance around on the other side.
So you can perception check if you'd like to on this side of the room.
Please.
19.
Okay.
Oh, man. What about a 19 down to a 2?
Oof.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, that smells in my eye.
Yeah, I only got a 6.
Okay.
It's very
14,
dark.
not amazing.
Overwhelming in
14.
here.
Okay. Kind of take a look around, and there's a good number of people sitting in here. Eleanor, you kind of pick up on a few of the people in the room. There's a few older men who are talking. There's a couple of dwarfs that are sitting sort of on the like adjacent wall to you, who are like sitting there not drinking at all, and they're sort of just sitting there quietly. There's a person who has their head down on a table that's on the same side as you, and you hear kind of a person on the opposite of the dwarf side wall that is like making a lot of noise and laughing really loudly with what looks like 2 other people. They're very loud and boisterous over there. So your side, head down, old people. To the right, see the dwarfs. To the left, you hear the boisterous people, and then the center is where the bartender is.
Was the head down person, was that person with red hair?
Do you want to
Balding?
approach
Like, what were...
to get a better look?
I can't see the color of his hair from here.
No, they're like head down, hood up, like on the.
Oh, their hood is up.
Yeah, they're like completely like down and like covered up, like they're asleep or something.
Oh, okay. Well, if we're walking by, like, can I walk by, or is it not?
Sure, that would be head to the
Natural to
right
do
if you'd
that.
like to do that.
Oh, okay.
Like the
Not
right
at the
side of the
moment.
door that you're going in. Okay.
I'm just going with the group, I think, but I'm just kind of...
Can we hear anything that the loud people or the boisterous group is saying? Can we
It's
hear anything?
it's one of those like telling a story, and it's just like, and then I did this. It's so fun, and just like it's really loud and obnoxious. People you don't want to sit next to it when you're trying to have a nice meal.
Yeah.
Quiet.
But it's nothing about, we don't hear anything about like any magical artifact or
Nope.
nothing like that. It's like,
Nope. So,
Trying to think.
do you guys what you'd like to do with that?
So, do you have a little thing you drew? This is hard for me to envision already. We're gonna have some issues.
I don't have a little thing I drew, so
Can you draw a little thing on a whiteboard on a piece of paper or something?
sure.
Help
I have a
me.
whiteboard right here. Let me.
Hey.
Wow.
You actually do? Oh, I was kind of joking.
I actually have a whiteboard.
Did you
Amazing.
anticipate this?
I have anticipated you guys needing a whiteboard for a long time, so
We've made it 23 sessions without one.
Yeah.
That's kind of impressive.
So we jumped out of a tower, went through an apartment. I'm gonna, we're just gonna have a whiteboard for the next time this happens.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just hope some of these markers work well because they're not doing the best. So
Oh,
these are pretty old markers. That one's really bad. That
Might
one's
need
just
to
throw it
buy
away.
you some markers later. Yeah.
Great idea to have a whiteboard or just something like nearby to be like, okay, let's just sketch this out real quick.
Just like
See what
super
I'm picturing.
fast.
I love that idea, actually.
This might be
I
backwards.
think at one point.
but
Oh yeah.
I don't know how this will look.
but the head down person was on the right side of the door, so we can.
So I wrote words
Yeah.
on here. I think they'll be
We'll just go
backwards for you, but
Okay.
No, we can see it. Old, loud,
good?
head
Okay.
down.
it's
Yep, yep,
backwards
yep.
for the stream,
Dwarf.
unfortunately. But
Oh, okay.
but
Is that
that's
in the middle is the bar? Or the bartender?
yep. The middle is the bar,
Okay.
and yeah. So I'll put
Okay.
like an L and R on there to help out the stream, maybe.
I mean,
So-
my instinct would be to turn to the right towards the quieter side and walk around that side.
I did it backwards for
Yeah.
the stream so they could know
So-
which one's left and right.
That's impressive.
That's good.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
So many
stream.
flip sides. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we can go through the quiet side.
I would just
That's
walk that side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do get a closer look at head down person.
Okay, so you're going to the right. So you begin to walk that direction and kind of take a look down at this person. You may roll perception checks if you'd like to see if you can notice anything. Now that you're getting a kind of right there look for this.
I got that 20 again.
Wow.
Wow. 15.
My dice
14.
are 223, I guess.
Okay. You look down at this person, and they have very long gray hair. It's kind of sticking out in different places underneath the hood.
Do they
Yeah.
seem okay or like inebriated? Like, is there
They look like they are out completely.
just
Okay.
okay?
Starting the day.
But you can't really see their face. You just like see the hair sticking out from underneath the hood.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are breathing though. I'll give you that.
That's good.
All right. Phew. As we walk by those dwarves, do they like notice us or
paying us any mind?
Both-
do they care?
Both of them like look up at you, and you can roll insight if you'd like to.
Yep.
All of us?
All of us, or
Whoever's looking at these people and eyeing them up.
yeah.
Like if you are inciting them, you are looking at them and making eye contact. So
This place is awesome.
I'm not making eye contact, I don't think. I think
Okay.
I'm looking like I'm here.
I'm
for
looking
business.
around. 25.
I looked and I got a 2, so
Okay. So
So I'm just
maybe
staring.
maybe with your kind of like look at them when you start to look at them and they just have this real mean look on their face, and it probably just like makes you just like instantly like shrink a little bit as they just look like they are angry at everything. And you definitely sense like they are trying to be as intimidating as possible and like do not mess with us. Like they're giving you the nastiest look in the world.
All right. Noted.
Can we sit in the back of the bar so we see the other two sides of the...
So on
Rest
the
of
board,
it
you're going to
depends.
the back side over here.
Yeah, so we can see
Depends
both
who's over
the
there,
other
I
ones.
guess.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
Yeah.
So you start heading that way. You may roll me another perception roll.
Ah, another 19.
Nice.
15.
We got another 14.
Very nice.
17 with disadvantage.
Wow, look at you go.
Wow!
Yeah, I cleared up. I'm good.
He's
So-
in his element all of a sudden for some reason.
Zoom. Kendra, I mean,
Hey, Kendra!
what's up, girl?
We'll recover instantly.
Her covers Kendra. She's fine.
So as you are sitting there, there is one individual sitting at a table with red hair. Right there.
There he is.
Red hair and a beard.
Okay.
Red hair and a beard.
What's his like vibe? Like, is he look scared or like just chill?
Vibe
Like,
check.
The kind of
Vibe
Give me
check.
insight rolls. Again, if you are rolling it, you are making like a serious look
I'm
at him.
looking.
So
Yep.
Hold on. I forgot what my insight. 19.
19.
I got a 20.
I'm not.
Yay!
Okay. So this person looks like they are camped out here. They have a bunch of stuff that's on the table, and they have some drinks that are sitting there, a few empties, and he is like munching on some food right now. It looks like he's just hanging out. He doesn't look like he's upset or anything, but just hanging out. He's got like his sleeveless vest on, like he's wearing a lot of black, very ruffian vibe. So
Very
Yeah.
ruffian.
A real
So-
scoundrel.
Secondhand
if you
store.
On
will.
a scale of 1 to 10 ruffian, how ruffian?
I mean, the dwarfs probably a 10. This guy maybe like an 8.
Okay, got it.
He's up there. Pretty official.
He's not a secondhand store scoundrel.
He is.
What?
He's
I don't know if
He's
people
a
would buy
third-
his
he got
clothes at a
clothes apart.
secondhand store. They're kind of.
Oh, I get it. Sorry.
You're at the secondhand store level, scoundrel.
Yes, that's like a 4.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's
Is
just sitting
this
there.
place-
He looks like he's just picking up some food. Just kind of like looking around occasionally around the room. He'll like turn over and make eye contact with Euphemia and Winnie as you guys are like walking around. Like he hears you approaching, just like turns and takes a look at you, makes eye contact with you guys. But
Okay. Is there like, I know those people are loud in the one side, but is like the general vibe of this place chaotic? Or is it like quiet except for them being loud? Like afternoon at Chili's or something?
it's
Loud?
That's such a perfect way to describe
Actually,
Like,
Or
like,
Sunday
trying
morning
to-
at Applebee's, because we gotta know the difference.
it's
And there's
not
like-
too rowdy right now. Besides like the
Okay.
loud people, and like even when like you hear like the loud yelling,
Yeah,
like the dwarf people just kind of like roll their eyes when they hear it.
stands out.
Um,
Okay.
So
But-
Wednesday morning at Denny's.
sure,
Got it.
yeah.
Restaurant setting. We got it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Are there any animals around, or
In this room, you do not see any animals currently.
Okay.
But yeah, the bartender's there, just kind of like watching you guys like walk around, just seeing like what you're doing.
I'm just sliding up to the bar. No.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll do that too.
Kind of walks over. They're gonna get you.
Well, Nora, you lost the last bet, so you got the rounds, right? For everybody.
I hate you.
a stinker.
The way he mooches.
He's such a stinker.
How does
Eleanor-
Eleanor look like?
Eleanor will just roll her eyes and like put coin enough to like, do the 4 of them.
Appreciate it.
That'll be 2 gold, or wait, 2 silver.
I was supposed to say 2 gold.
2
Good
silver.
Lord.
2
Okay.
silver.
This is
Okay.
high fisherman.
Expensive city.
Definitely
And
not
he'll
Chili's.
throw down a mug of ale in front of all of you.
I'll just nod like a. Try not to say anything because I don't want to come off as a dweeb. So just
Give
nod.
me a performance or a deception check.
Amazing.
I'll do performance.
Let's see it.
I actually don't know my performance. I don't think it's very good.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, it's a 0. That was a 5 that I rolled. So
Okay, you all still have rerolls
tripping
if you
my-
want to use them, but,
You're
and you are lucky.
all right, yeah.
So,
I'm gonna do. I'll do a luck point. Why not? I
Luck
want to be
point,
as
number
inconspicuous
2.
as possible.
okay.
It was a 1. So
Okay.
no, that just, my,
It's
my
5.
5 is at all.
Fate said no.
Sounds good.
You're not gonna
You
perform.
are a dweeb.
Narrative dice.
Stay in your
dweeb.
place.
You hear the bartender audibly like as he watches you.
My confidence just
Aw.
immediately melts. I'm like, oh no. I just shuffle away.
Oh my gosh.
Just like he like
knows-
walks away
knows
laughing at you a little bit like under his breath.
He knows how lame I am. Okay. Okay.
Ain't work in our favor.
Oh my gosh.
Is there
That's
an empty
luck.
table somewhere in our little parade around this bar?
Yeah, you wanna like which side do you wanna be on as I bring up the whiteboard again?
Hmm.
More towards the loud people. Maybe
I was
more
thinking
Probably.
don't carry as much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. That
Yeah.
corner,
that
maybe.
corner. hmm
Mm-hmm.
So over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Corner.
I
Upper
will
left. Yeah.
Hopefully in a spot where we maybe can whisper or talk amongst ourselves that he wouldn't overhear because they're so loud.
Yeah.
If we can try. But
Sure.
we
This
know it's not.
whiteboard is saving me. This is saving me
I
so
will
much
say,
brain
it
space trying
it
to
is
find
helping a
what's
lot,
happening.
yeah.
You got it. That's why I
I'm
have
so
it.
bad.
I really like it actually.
That's
I'd
why I
say
have
when
it
we
nearby.
I
When we sit
mostly
in
was
that-
on the same
yeah.
page, but the door thing was like messing me up for some reason. So now I go.
When we sit in that corner, I'm not sitting on the loud people side. I'm sitting on the other side.
Okay.
I got my back towards him. I don't.
Okay.
want-
So I'll look past you then if I'm looking that way.
What
Alright.
is the boisterous guy? Does it look like, as we're kind of sitting there, does it look like the friend, or is it looks like some other random person?
You look over at it, and this is like a young guy. This does not look like the
Okay.
description I've gotten.
Okay.
And he has two other young guys who are chatting with him. They're all laughing and being very loud.
Okay.
Let's raise that mishap level. Woohoo.
Does
When-
it seem like we could have a conversation somewhat quietly, or
Potentially. It might be hard for you to hear it sometimes, each other, but yeah.
I shouldn't have too much of a problem. Because I can read lips now.
You can read lips.
Huh?
Yeah. Fun.
So,
oh yeah, that's very true.
I was gonna say to Winnie, don't you have cards? We should pull
Yeah,
those
I
out
do.
or something.
Okay. And I pull out, but you see there's clearly some like handmade cards that everyone's are missing. And so I'll start like dealing stuff. And it's like this one. See, and I like have to explain. So I didn't do very well at them, so I have to like
Oh,
explain.
is
which
that the
cards they
jack?
are.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Sorry, it looks like the yeah.
That's fine. So those are the clubs, and that's the space. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So I'll deal.
Unfortunately,
Give her
the
something
odd
to
cards do stand out in the hand. That they have a different like
Yeah,
texture to them, but they look
Yeah.
pretty good. They just like stand out because the texture of the card is a
just
little
the
different.
difference, yeah. Oh my god.
That's so funny.
We'll make up
That's
our own
fashion-
rules for these cards, like a
Yeah.
wild. You know, like everyone knows you have it, but you know.
Okay, I'll start. Kind of like trying to be inconspicuous, but
Well, I
I'll lean
figured
in.
it'd give me something to do.
And I'll lean in towards Euphemia in a way that it doesn't. His voice doesn't carry too much, but be like, so are we just want to keep an eye, or are we making a move and trying to talk to him?
I was curious to see if anybody comes up to him, who they are and what they talk about.
We could always keep a couple people here and scout if we want to take advantage of
That's
checking
what
out the
I
other
was
place.
wondering. That's what I was wondering.
If he's here, he's not home, so
are we sure it's him?
I think so.
it's the description.
He
Seems
looks like he's waiting for all
Yeah.
of us.
Mhm.
That's why I was thinking too. I could always go up to the bartender and be like, "Hey, we got tip of a word that there might be a dealer here that we want to talk to."
Or just go up to him if we want to have dialogue.
Yeah, but we got to explain how we know how to recognize them.
Or his
Word
description
around
somewhere.
everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just so we'd heard
Still.
from sources. I don't know.
Yeah, could be a tight knit group of people that know about it though.
We heard about it all. I mean, if word got to us, I imagine word would get to lots of people, right? Like,
Word
not
got
like-
to us because of a specific person.
Was
Yeah,
the way
but, like-
Kendra was talking, was she making it seem like it was pretty well known, or does it seem like it was more secretive? I guess, because I feel like I would hope the implication one way or the other would be obvious.
True.
I
It
mean,
is
the
obvious,
general
it's gotta
vibe
be
you
at least
got
somewhere.
was like this was in certain circles. This was known. It's not
Right.
Yeah,
widely known, but there are
Right.
definitely
but
circles.
still, like
this
it's
is known in.
certain. Yeah. Okay. That was kind of.
Just being unknowns, we'd probably have to prove what circle we're with. I'm guessing.
Would we?
Potentially.
That's why it might be good to see who he talks to and figure out who they are and go backwards from there.
But also, I'd imagine it would be too uncommon to not reveal who you're with. Maybe.
He's the one that makes the rules for his deal.
Yeah.
Euphemia, as you are talking and sitting down, and like you're looking the direction of the redhead,
Mm-hmm.
you do notice one of the dwarfs has moved seats now, to an angle that looks straight down the same
looks
like
at us.
alley and can see you guys as well.
That's so funny.
Those dwarves have taken notice. Just so you know, they looked a little rough.
Oh,
Some of his bodyguards.
3 of a kind. And he smacks it down in the middle of the table just to kind of make enough of a show that we're playing cards. I mean, we did hear protection.
Yes,
That would
that's
make
what
a
I
lot of
think it is.
sense.
So what are we doing? You want to split up and check the other place out?
Do we want to wait for a bit first? See if anyone comes.
The longer we wait, the more chance it goes home.
Very true.
That's true.
Well, some of us can wait here if we're okay with splitting up. I don't know how wise that is.
Let's leave. I mean, leaving now would look suspicious, I think, if we leave too quickly.
Not too quickly, yeah.
Because we need to at least finish a drink
Well,
and make it seem like we had a reason for coming
right.
here.
Yep.
If we leave.
It's actually a good point. Dav's gonna... Oh, we'll wait. We'll wait till people are ready to leave.
We could always just have a drink and kind of make it seem like a normal amount of time to be here. Wait that long and then leave and
Yep.
see the house.
I agree.
Also, I'm trying to. Can the dwarf see me at all or no?
Yeah, they're at an angle they can see your whole table.
I
They're,
don't know if my back
They're
was
looking at
turned, but
all
they
of us.
They don't
Okay.
may not like see your
Um,
face, but they can see like your whole table.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
vision of that.
I'm sorry. Do I know that you think? Would we know that you think I can read lips now or no? Is that not? I don't know if you told us.
I don't even know that I know other than I could understand Dav
Okay.
just fine.
Okay. Never mind. I was gonna say, 'cause if you would have told that, then I would have been thinking about like being aware, but I would not have thought of that if it weren't for. Okay, so never mind. Okay, so yeah, I'll kind of just say it like a little bit, trying to be a casual tone, but like not too.
Because we could
Yeah.
stay. Some of us could leave. Some of us could talk to him as an interested party. That doesn't need to happen, but
I think we stay as long as we see reasonable and then decide if everybody's going or not. Because if 2 of us leave right now, that looks really sketchy, like Winnie said.
I agree.
Was
Plus, I'll hand over gold. We can make it look like a fake transaction.
what?
you could.
Make it look like we met up here. Had a bit of a quick deal, and 2 people head off.
Oh, I
People
see.
stay. Plus,
Also,
give the door something to be like, they have a reason to be here, you know?
I thought too, like if we didn't want to, if we didn't know if we wanted to talk to him, we didn't know like who to, like where we're from or whatever. We could always like, I don't know, act like we are buying on behalf of someone else, like we've been hired to buy, so we don't know enough and we can't give away too much of our person's information. I don't know.
It's a really
Rich
good
people do
idea,
that, don't
actually.
they? A rich evil person
Yeah.
would do that. Not evil, but
Just
a rich
interested,
ruffian.
an interested party that does not want to make themselves known.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Um,
feel like you'd be some sort of curator of magical items, Eleanor, or you'd be someone that, because you stand out enough that again might actually help us. You don't really belong here, but
I don't
Okay,
mind trying.
Taken for value.
I don't mind trying to
Using it.
talk to him.
Yeah.
The only thing I might suggest is if we get a chance to be unknowns for today,
Mhm.
it might give us the catch of surprise if we can find this. Get in and out without even being known who we are. Might be the best play. We know where he is if we have to then talk to him tomorrow. But if we talk to him now, we're automatically known as
Well,
players.
if these are his bodyguards, we're already known. It's too late.
But not necessarily in relation, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
we put ourselves
he-
next to him, though. I think we are in the zone.
We're suspects, but we're not
well,
known. That's
Either
all I'm
way,
saying.
I doubt it is something that is low security or hidden easily to obtain, or there are guards at his house or wherever it is that he has it. So there may be
I'd
something
actually
to that as
imagine-
well. So
If the guards are here, I'd imagine it'd be on his person, right? Like that seems like the most logical place to keep
We
it.
also said his friend Bradford might have it or
That's
be
right.
guarding it.
That's right.
I would
don't see
say
him here.
otherwise that he's not here, because we also are understanding that these might not be his guards. These are buyer potentially guards.
it's people trying to make sure he doesn't run away as well, potentially.
Hmm.
So there's many reasons for him to be guarded, not just because he might have it on his person. I think it would be foolish if he did. So
True. Hmm. I guess we wait and see what happens, and if he leaves, if he looks, he's been here for a while already. There's like a few drinks there, so I don't know if he's gonna be leaving anytime soon. But maybe it means he's almost done. I don't know. We'll just wait for a minute.
I think this is the bidding table.
it's a bidding table, absolutely. Look at how he's camped out. It's absolutely what he's
Okay.
doing. And he's waiting, and tomorrow he makes his decision. So the time to talk to him, if we're going to talk to him,
It's
is
today.
now. If
That's what I was gonna.
we-
Yeah, was it today and then tomorrow? Is that the play?
He's making the choice tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was today, one day, and then the third day was.
No, we got to get it done today. So.
The bidding
Mhm.
ends tomorrow, is what you were told.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. Then
I'd
scratch the other idea.
I'd say we talk to him. I think it might be too risky to just try and either break into his house, like, I feel like that's the possibilities are too.
Well,
Maybe
Euphemia
not, I
can
don't know.
probably get into the house just fine, I would assume.
You're saying to
In
have
some
backup
ways.
nearby.
But
But what if they have traps and like Dav's trap? Like, imagine if he had some magical item that's worth a lot of money, you probably have either people, or it'd be difficult to like.
are you saying you want to go together if we do that?
Yeah, probably. I think it may be best, but I think we should maybe talk to him, but maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you can detect magic stuff, Dav.
Yep.
So, if we were to split up and go do that, Dav could come and cast that first.
I was wondering that, yes.
And give me a rundown before I did anything.
It's not that far range though. But we can
Can't
see.
imagine his house is big. We knew it was by the docks, right, Mark? It's not far.
It's in this area,
It's probably not that big.
The same. 30 feet. We get a small yard. Or a fence or anything. Can't get near it. I like the play. How about this then? Because, well, unless we're all just showing that we're all together. That's the 4. Guessing these doors might give us some trouble, but I was gonna say if we make a transaction, then maybe Euphemia and I could be a bodyguard, you could be the broker. Try and make a play. See what the game's at.
What?
You'd be a broker sort of person, you're a business person,
Oh,
right?
you said
Being a
Euphemia, so that's what made
Oh,
me-
Eleanor, sorry. I thought.
I could see the
I was
panic on Euphemia's face.
Sorry.
Right?
I mean,
I didn't sign
my
up
bad.
for a speaking role.
So,
Yeah,
what was your
are
plan
we
again? That threw me off.
No, I was just saying, I mean, at this point, like you said, we're all 4 together, but if we don't want to be, we could fake as if we're making a transaction here. You 2 dip out, and then the 2 of us say, hey, we just got some information. Heard you might be our guy. Or we just stay the 4 of us and show a little bit of strength. That we're serious.
I think that bartender and probably those dwarves know that I don't look. I don't know. I think I made a fool of myself already, so I feel like I look like I don't belong here immediately. So I don't know. What would my role be?
You are somebody who studies things.
Research.
You
You're
could
a
be someone that could
bodyguard. Also,
Plus, you could be someone that verifies a magical artifact.
Yeah. Okay. I could. Yeah. Pretend to be some sort of expert, I guess.
Oh, so yeah, pop up.
I don't know.
That seems to show
I
a
don't
bit
know what
more
we should do.
muscle anyway, but
Yeah.
I don't know if we need an elaborate
Simple is better.
lie. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I think either way will work.
So we're okay exposing ourselves now as a full player at the table.
I imagine if we leave, we might even be followed.
I think those
Sure.
guys are gonna follow us.
Hunter.
I
So,
agree.
Do you
I-
want to see if someone else comes up and if we can hear how that interaction goes or see it first?
That's fine with me.
Or do we just want to go for it? That would be.
Yeah, but-
Wait.
Let's have a time
What
limit for
about-
how long we wait.
Mhm.
But
An hour, maybe.
half an hour, an hour.
See.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Go fish.
It's like 5 different games.
Yeah, it's a Vorf thing.
So you guys just waiting a half
So what
hour
do
to
you-
see if anybody shows up, or do anything else?
Yeah, just to see if like any
think so.
interactions happen.
Okay.
Anything at all, honestly, to give us a hint of like how he functions and how
he, like-
everyone else around
yeah.
him functions.
Is he
Okay.
paying attention to anybody? Does he care? What is he doing?
Sure. You can roll insight rolls if you are looking at him.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, 20.
Oh.
Oh, nice
I
job.
got,
26.
I got an 8.
5.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, no, I was like, no, nothing.
So in that half hour, he does sit alone the whole time, but he is looking around like expectantly, like he is waiting to see if people would approach him.
During that half hour, there's a bathroom here, I'm guessing.
You have to go outside for that.
Outside.
Another
Uh,
bathroom adventure.
Yeah, he's gonna go out to the outhouse or whatever, and cast detect magic. I'm just
Let
gonna
me
have
roll
that.
The outhouse explodes.
Let's see what happens to the outhouse.
Oh, no.
He points a message. I'm not coming back in.
Another.
You're on your own.
I figured 10 minutes in the
no.
outhouse is a little too
Oh
long.
no!
Got yourself a mishap, friend.
Oh no! I saw you shake your head. Oh dear.
Let me roll that real quick and adjust the level back to that. And tell you what your mishap is. Your spell works, though.
That's good.
That was a wizard spell.
Okay. So you just cast it, though, right? You don't do ritual?
Oh, actually, no. I apologize. Actually, I do have to do it as a ritual. So yes, he's in the outhouse for 10 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. Mishap still happens. It's
I realized I don't have it prepared.
very weird.
Long time.
Like, you do the ritual for the 10 minutes, and you feel like it should activate, but you feel like you need to do more.
Oh no.
All right,
So do you keep working on the spell, or do you let it go?
that's weird. It's gonna. You have to play this one off. Yeah, I guess I'll keep pushing the spell.
Okay.
How long I have to go?
20 minutes later, you get the spell to work. Or not 20 minutes later, after 20 minutes.
It's like tapping his
spell
toes.
works.
Like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
So it takes 20 minutes for you to actually fully ritually cast this. As your mishap was, it takes twice as long to cast the spell. And
Man,
because
I'm
it was a
gonna
ritual, it takes twice as
Instead
long.
of 2 actions,
Yep.
That is
Why do you
really
have to
good.
do a ritual?
because
He
it's
doesn't have
not
it prepared.
prepared, but a wizard can still.
Oh,
ritual.
okay.
Whereas artificer, I had to have it prepared to do a ritual.
Oh,
But-
okay.
I forgot I didn't have it prepared, so I'm getting used to my
boy.
wizard versus artificer
Right.
spell sheet at the moment. It was like, it's ritual. I was like, right, I don't have that prepared today.
Oof.
Yeah, okay. Whoa, yeah, that's it. Okay. And he's gonna run back in, put on a little bit of a deception performance of, yeah, that one hit me wrong. Sorry, guys.
Give me a deception roll.
Good. Ate
Oh,
something
no.
bad.
Diarrhea roll. Sorry.
I'm gonna use my advantage die on that one.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Whoa.
No,
Having a little trouble out there. So
You look over at the dwarf just for a second, and they're just staring you down.
Uh-oh.
you know how it is.
Do they look like they believe him? Or are they just annoyed at him?
They clearly do not like Dab, from what you can tell. And
Yeah, okay.
they probably don't even care what comes out of his mouth. They already have their mind made up about
Okay.
him.
Yep,
Oh.
alright.
That's gonna go on. Anything on them?
On any of the people,
Yep.
you sense around, you don't get any magic stuff in here.
Interesting. I was expecting the doors to have magic. I get on the backside. Nothing on our buddy.
Nothing. Besides your guys' stuff, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, sorry guys. That was upset stomach. Nothing helped though. So
I just deal them in.
thanks. Missed a few rounds there.
But in that 20 minutes, yeah, did we notice anything else?
So, really not much. Like, the loud people have left
Mm.
at this point.
Phew.
Like, they would have left in that time. But from what else you can see, like, nothing else. You guys have been here about an hour now, too. So,
Okay.
Look at you guys like, should we do it or?
I am all right doing what needs to be done. It's up to, I think, Euphemia and Davro what they want to do.
What time of day is it?
it's
Midday?
midday. It's just past noon.
I don't know. Doesn't hurt, but I kind of like the idea of taking the chance to get a look, and then always come back when you do.
My thought is, if this interaction goes badly, at least then we know where it is. If we go look, like where the item is.
If this
Would we
goes
know that?
badly,
I mean, we'd assume if we go, we assume maybe we could find it.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm saying if this goes poorly and they see us later or they catch us later at some point, that would be extra bad.
Agreed.
So maybe before anything happens, that word gets around.
Agreed.
Maybe we should do that now while someone is speaking with him.
It's fine with me. Will we meet? Where should we meet?
The docks.
Further
What if we
away
followed?
from-
What if we meet about an hour, like a half hour back the way we came?
Is there anything
Mark, was there- Yeah, was
Like a
there like?
landmark of some kind?
Yeah, that's not like right
Your
in
street.
front of the inn, so we're like
That's fair.
being
Yeah.
super obvious,
So you're just looking for a place to hang out outside?
Like that we passed by on the way.
Like a fountain or a park, someplace
Yeah.
or a building that we could meet up at afterwards.
Nearby here, how close to the inn do you want to be, or the tavern do you want to be? Compared, like,
You're thinking 20, 30 minutes away? That's what we said?
Probably, yeah. I mean, out of
Or even
direct-
even 10.
Even
like,
True,
10.
yeah. Just
Like, it
enough to
doesn't-
get to some good distance from the building. Yeah.
Yeah.
so you want to leave the tavern, have a place you could be meeting up at. Okay.
Well, like just if we meet up later. Yeah.
After this,
Yep.
yes.
I mean, there's definitely places you pass by. You would have been walking pretty close to the edge of the rift going in, and there's like a few places that are there. Some notable like buildings that maybe are a little more put together that you could head back to on your way up that you passed on the way in. But
So how about this? 2 hours? 2.5 hours? Meet up.
That's fine.
Just make sure you don't get in trouble.
Same.
Watch if you're being. Wait, who's going where? What's going on? I'm confused.
I'm thinking I'm not liked here, and my gut hurts. So
Ah.
why don't me and Euphemia get out of here? You two
okay.
stay. You can be her bodyguard or whatever, or however you want to play it.
There you go.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
do you want to make a fake transaction, or just to kind of give a reason for us to be here?
That works for me. Is there anything in particular we want to try and know beyond the obvious? As an architect, when I talk to him?
I wonder if you can pick up on any of his motivation for doing this other than
Or where he
fame
even
and
got it
fortune.
from, too.
Yeah.
And then make him believe you're a serious buyer.
Or you work
Or that
for
we
someone
represent.
who is.
We represent
Yeah.
a serious
Mhm.
buyer, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And
Um,
someone potentially so powerful they can't even be named, or they don't want to be named. You know, someone who's maybe prominent, or we don't have to say much, but I think even that they could.
Eleonora,
They could totally try to
I
be
think
named.
I think you should be okay doing this. I think this will work. Just lean on what you
Are you
already
sure?
know.
And you're good at talking,
Thank you.
and you also come off as a person who, I don't know. If I were a rich person wanting a magical item that was illegal, I'd probably ask you to do it. So, I feel like
Oh, well, thank you.
it's kind of.
Higher quality. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. She interviews well.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go. There you go.
Yeah, I think. I mean,
If you get a sense for why this, why now, that might help us a lot.
you know,
All right.
another play too. We're a serious buyer. We're willing to pay, but we need an extra day or two to get the funds secured. Could buy us some time too if we need it.
Oh, I think he would just sell to the next highest bidder. Somebody guaranteed.
If you double the gold, might be enough to make them. I'm just saying if we feel like we need it. That's all.
It's something to consider, certainly. I will keep it all in my head. Yes.
Dav kind of gives like a really fake look around, kind of just like trying to stay kind of coy, but it's fake enough that he's not really trying to just, make a play. And then he'll reach in and grab his pouch and only has like 10 gold left and kind of reach across and do like a sleight of hand to Eleonora pretty poorly just to make it look like he's, passing that along.
sure.
Take it.
Always good meeting up then. Hopefully won't have to be anytime soon. And he kind of says it a little more
Hopefully.
loudly. Well, my gut's really hurting. Can we get back?
Yeah, we can go.
Thanks.
Yeah, the redheaded person definitely takes note of you guys stepping up and walking out, but the dwarfs track you
I'm sure. Yeah, I was
as
waiting.
well. I'm guessing you guys walk the opposite way because not a lot of people are going. but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not by the dwarves. Yeah. By the scary dwarves.
They just are looking though. They don't like
No.
get a walkie-talkie or anything.
they don't do
A
anything.
walkie-talkie. Ooh.
Yeah, like the sending stone. Like we're leaving the building. We're probably going to the house.
You don't see
Check it
anything
out.
like that. Nope.
Okay.
You don't have a good angle on one of them, but the one that you can't see, you don't notice anything happen.
Okay.
That one does kind of like look over to the other though, but that's about it.
Okay.
What's the weather like? You said it was completely sunny?
It's pretty sunny out today. Yeah.
Okay.
When we walk outside, is that group still out there?
Which group?
The group that was watching us when we went in.
No, those people were
Okay.
walked by, they saw you, and then they kept walking.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, quick look around though. Does it seem like there are more people that kind of seem like they're with the dwarves, or even more dwarves, or like people that were here that weren't here before, or like people that are still here that were here before that seem like maybe pick up like more guards on the outside on station?
And
Does that make sense?
You can roll. Trying to think what would be the best check for this.
Like
I even whisper, just kind of whisper over to Euphemia and anyone you saw before.
I mean, I would just be looking for people that I saw before.
Yeah,
or
give me a
anybody
perception
new.
roll.
Okay. 20.
Nice.
Better than mine, 12.
You look around, and like a lot of these look like new faces. You don't really see anybody hanging around. It doesn't look like there's a large like grouping of people gathering. It's probably even a little less than what you had when you came in. That's here now.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
It's not bad.
Clear it out a little bit.
The only other thing I was thinking of too is on the way, and I might even like whisper to her just to be sure I can pull out Familiar and put him on a roof just to make sure we're not followed at any point.
You can if you want. I'm keeping an eye out also as we walk.
Yeah, if I feel like there's an alleyway where no one's really looking, I might just bamf him out to go to a roof. Just kind of watch the same alley for like 5 minutes before, like getting to about the 100 feet mark, and then I bamf him back.
Okay.
Just to kind of make sure that
Maybe-
no one's in the corner. You know?
Are you like trying to walk while you're doing that? Am I gonna have to? Because you can't see when you do that.
No. I'm not going into his vision. I'm just telepathically letting him know. Like,
Oh, I see.
tell me if you see someone.
Okay.
Like,
Just want to make sure I'm not trying to lead a
No.
blind Davril down the street while also trying to get somewhere.
that's actually a good question too. When I bamf him in and out, is that any flare of magic that's like shown, or is that just a quick like hand wave, or what would be visible with that?
Let's see. It's an action, so it probably would require some sort of like
Quick little. Yeah.
little magical looking thing, and an owl just disappearing also may draw some attention.
Yeah, if anyone sees it, yeah. I'm not too worried about that one. I'm sure there's a few magical people around here, but even if it gets caught,
So you guys are heading to the house though?
Yes, wasting no time.
Okay. All right. The other two back at the wharf. What are you guys doing?
I think it probably wouldn't be too long after they left. I'll just kind of say to Winnie really fast, I can do most of the talking. You don't need to worry about looking tough, Winifred. I think your abilities speak for themselves, all right?
Okay. Am I your bodyguard if they ask? Or your assistant? I don't know. What am I?
Yes, you can be someone that is looking out for me.
Okay.
But, yes, you can be someone that's looking out for me. You assist me, all manner of things. Whatever I need.
Okay.
Sound good?
Personal assistant. Okay. I won't mention it. I won't say anything unless they ask, and if they do, I might just be vague, I guess. Or you can say something for me. I don't know how you want to say it.
But we can both work
Mute.
for.
Oh no, they've seen me talk. Okay, never mind. I can't be. It's too late for that.
We can both work for this person.
The benefactor. Okay, got it.
All right.
Okay.
Just follow my lead. You'll do great.
Okay. Ready.
Okay.
Gulp.
So, she kind of like straightens up, like sort of just I don't know. There's just like almost Winifred, you see her get into a mode,
Mhm.
like
Switch gears.
yeah, and she stands up, kind of uses this like, kind of walks to the room. I don't want to say like she owns the place like in an aggressive sort of way.
Yeah.
But she's just very comfortable, if that makes sense.
Confident.
Okay.
So she'll walk right up to Finley's table.
He'll kind of look up at you as you approach.
I believe you're my next order of business. May I sit?
Sure. Have a seat.
My name is Eleanor.
Nice to meet
This
you,
is
Eleanor.
Winifred.
Nice to meet you, Winifred. Business do you have with me?
Does he seem surprised as we're walking up, or?
He definitely looks like he's taking you in. But yeah, he's just kind of like sitting there waiting for
Okay.
you guys to explain what you got.
Sure. I just didn't know if it was like he was waiting for someone specific, so us being like, "Hey," was like weird to him, or.
No, he just looks like he's
Okay.
just waiting for you guys to explain what you want.
Sure. Yeah, so I will say word is you have a very interesting item. Up for auction.
Where'd you hear that?
My employer has his sources. It's unwise to bring those into the mix, I think.
Who's your employer?
For the moment, he would also like to remain unknown, but I would like to discuss the possibility of doing business with you. This isn't the sort of area he likes to come down here to. So he sent me instead.
Okay. He's buying it. Just remove the vibe to see what he's.
Give me a deception roll, Eleanor.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah. Look,
You're like, wait.
I'm
I'm using my advantage.
All right.
Be fair, she didn't really lie yet, in a way.
She's definitely being deceptive, though. There's
Yeah.
100%
Yeah.
deception happening right now.
24.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks at you.
Yes.
Okay, what do you want?
First of all, can we discuss the item?
What about it?
I heard that it cancels magic. Or am I misunderstood?
It has some potential to. Definitely very useful. Your employer uses magic or needs to get past anything magical. This item definitely could be of use.
So it decreases a chance of it, but not reduces it completely?
Depends on how skilled your boss is, I guess.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, I just blinked for a second. I know, beep! Interesting. So, where did you obtain such a thing? If you don't mind me asking. Did you...
I have my ways.
It seems like a very rare item.
I have my ways.
You must. It's very impressive.
How much you offering?
Well, what are some of the other offers on the table? Do you mind me asking?
Up to 6,500.
Oh. Interesting. 6,500.
Does he seem like he's being honest with that? Can I, like,
Can roll insight?
like that? Yeah. 12.
As far as you can tell, he's being straight.
You missed right rolls.
I really do. Having +9 insight and then eventually +13 was just very nice.
6,500. Are you looking for just pure money? Or are you looking for other things like connections, items? What is your heart's desire, Finley?
I think gold will be great.
Just gold,
Yep.
All right. You're not interested in being connected with anyone in the higher world?
Nope, I'm
Powerful
gonna get this money
people.
and make a whole new life for myself.
Oh. Get out of the city in general, or
We'll see.
the
I'll
possibilities
get
of endless
myself one of
money,
those
right?
floating towers one of these days.
That would be very nice. I think it would suit you well.
So,
Well-
what's your offer?
I may need to go back a little bit and negotiate, but I do know my employer was very interested in something like this. So, 6,800.
6,800. He's just kind of loudly, yeah, 6,800, kind of like in the direction of the dwarves.
He's bad at that.
What do they do?
Roll me insight roll.
Interesting.
That's funny.
Oh, that one's way better. 19.
Also 19. Twins.
We keep having
You
instant rolls.
both see this look of anger cross both of their faces.
Oh.
And they just like
They're
look at each
competing.
other.
Great.
One of the dwarfs, 7,000. Oh. Guess it's up to 7,000 now.
Oh dear, we're actively in the middle of a bidding war. I was unaware.
One of the dwarfs just kind of looks at you, and you walk away if you know it's good for you.
I probably would. Finley?
Yep.
Where's the proof that this exists? That is the one thing that I have been wondering. Have you shown it to anybody?
I have not. Part of the deal is no one really gets to know where it is until I get paid.
I see. What happens if it's not what is promised?
I guess the customer will deal with me, but I'm confident they'll be pleased with what they get.
Were you able to verify this, that it actually is what it is, by a credible source?
We've tested it, yep.
I see. Do you have magical abilities?
No.
Interesting. How were you able to test it then?
I have had some other people help me with it.
Those that could do magic, I assume.
You got it.
I see.
You can roll an insight roll if you'd like to on that one too.
Okay.
Yeah, I will too. Oh, I did bad. 5.
21.
Okay. Eleanor, you can tell he is lying to you right now about something. He's not being truthful to you. Something
Okay.
with like the statement from I can't do spells to I had someone else do it, somewhere in there is just full of lies.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay. Finley, will you please take me step by step how you tested this with your friends?
I would be glad to answer some more questions, but you're currently not winning, so
I look back at the dwarves and I'm like, would you also be interested in hearing this?
and they just kind of look at you. Not our business. You should leave. The air in the room has gotten real tense. Like the bartender is like watching the situation. Like it is quiet now in this
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
At the tavern.
So am I kind of getting the idea that these dwarves work for someone else, essentially?
Potentially, yeah.
Is what I would think. Okay.
Okay. So they're not interested in verifying.
Okay.
Well, there's really nice females. What a beautiful day out.
Yeah.
So 7,000.
I
current
look.
bid.
Will you let me roll persuasion on something?
What would you like to?
Or but go ahead. No,
What would you
actually,
like
go
to-
ahead. Tell me what you're gonna say.
I was gonna say with your insight roll, Finley is just loving this. He is having the best time.
He's having the
Pitting
best
two
time.
people against each other, and he is
Okay,
loving
okay.
this.
I would like to try to roll persuasion on the dwarves.
What would you like to say to them?
And I want to say, truly, sirs.
One's a
This-
lady dwarf too. I
Whoa.
just want to say that real quick.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But-
Well, I'll just say, truly, for the sake of a good deal, making sure everything is on the table, I just worry that there's not an entirely truthful matter here. Whoever you may be working for, I would hate to see him cheated.
Roll persuasion.
Okay.
You can do it.
Um, 18.
Okay. The guy dwarf just kind of looks over and looks back to you. If this man cheats us, he's dead. And he knows that. He won't be
Good
leaving
to
the
know.
city. He'll be under the water.
I look to Finley. It's a rather big risk you're taking.
Well, I guess that should show you how confident I am.
You're very confident.
So, let's your employer you just wanna jump to your highest bid and get this over with, or? What's the highest bid your employer has authorized you to do? And you kind of see the dwarf, like, hand starts going towards, like, an axe that's on their hip as they're watching you.
Okay.
Okay. Am I able to? Okay. I guess I might lean over and like whisper to Eleanor, like, and basically make it seem like if I'm like I don't know, whatever. I don't want to be like speaking, but I'm just gonna say like, should we back out until later, or like really quietly, like, should we, like, isn't the auction tomorrow?
Yeah.
Apparently now. That's all I'll say. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna wait for an answer either.
I will say, does he seem to notice, by the way, the threats?
Finley? He's got his back turned to the dwarfs right now, so.
Are they super close to the booth?
They are, like, one of them is probably like 30 to 40 feet away, and the other one's probably closer to like 15 to 20 feet away.
Okay, so this is what I'll do. I will say, like, loudly so enough people can hear. Actually, I'll reverse it. So quietly to him, I will say, I can go higher, but they are going to kill me if I do it now. So, if you want to hear it, meet me out by the docks. We can talk there. And I don't know if he says anything, but if it doesn't look like he's gonna say something, I'll immediately say something else. But
go for it.
Okay. So yeah, and I'll just stand up and go, well, gentlemen, ladies, I see when I'm beat. So enjoy your item. And I will leave.
Okay.
I will quietly follow behind.
And I don't know. I know I didn't say like a landmark, but I would assume I would have said like meet me by, somewhere.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I, and as we're walking out, can I like kind of try and see if we're being followed, like as we're leaving the bar and like all that stuff?
Sure. As you guys kind of walk, are you going the opposite direction around away from the dwarves out? Or are you walking past
Yeah,
the dwarves?
probably.
Okay.
I don't know if I would walk past the dwarves.
Okay.
But I probably would look behind as we're leaving, to see.
Yeah, as you begin to like walk around and go towards the door, the female dwarf is now getting up and walking towards the door with you.
Okay.
I'm going to. It's not gonna work. I'm just gonna look right at her and let her know that like I like just to kind of like be like, I'm not like gonna intimidate, but I'm more just like being like I like kind of just making sure that she knows that I like know what's going on, kind of thing.
Okay.
And she's okay.
So does it look like she's following us, or like she's making sure we leave?
Are you guys heading out the door?
Yeah, right.
Okay. You walk out, and you hear the door right behind you open up, and here comes that dwarf.
Okay.
What are you
Just
doing?
her?
Just the one dwarf.
So taking Kendra's lesson to heart, I turn around and I will say, can I help you with something?
You stop and turn to engage. Okay. We're gonna switch over to the other group.
Okay.
But I want to watch the rest of the action
I
movie.
know, right?
So our other two head over towards the house.
The movie, we're like, don't switch over right now.
Wait!
You approach where you were told the house was. Just for navigational purposes, give me an investigation roll to see how well you guys do to find this place.
I'm gonna use my advantage die.
All right.
20.
Wow,
Okay,
not
okay.
much better. So hopefully Daff found it.
Okay. Yeah, you guys, Dav, you're able to kind of pick up the street signs and like various markings that are there that indicate where different roads are, and you're able to track down this house. It's a very simple looking, just little 1-story shack that's there. Pretty plain.
Pretty sure your spell would reach all the way around that.
Yeah. Yep. Where's my mess up, huh?
Unless you just want me to go in and look around.
No, I got it. Do we see anybody else like around here?
Give me perception rolls.
Yeah, I would be looking. Mm-hmm.
Is there also like this is something I was gonna do right before we got to the house, like maybe a block away. Just heading down an like a side alley, if make sure no one's looking. I can bamf Owl out 30 feet away, so try and bamf him up to the roof, and that's when I was gonna try and use him to perceive around.
So you are now looking through the owl's eyes?
I don't know if I have to, but I can as well. It's my first time playing with a familiar. But I can ask it to look for me, right?
It can't communicate with you, though. You can communicate to it. It just can't communicate back to you.
Gotcha.
As far as I can tell.
Gotcha.
But
So I'd have to look through it too.
if you wanted to be able to see what's going on, you'd have to look through its eyes. But you could say, like, if you see somebody, fly back to me or something like that. But
Yeah, I didn't want it to necessarily connect to me at the moment. Like make it, if someone's watching, like connect the owl to me. Yeah, I think you can communicate with it telepathically. Okay. I always assumed you just know what it's saying back. Interesting.
it technically doesn't
yeah,
have
I'll
any
just-
languages, so it cannot speak
I
to you.
think
Right.
it's technically more like command. I wonder if
Yeah,
command
no,
is
makes sense.
bad
Mhm.
word choice.
It's you telling it what it can
communicate
do.
with it.
Like, that's what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, when that happens, I'll take a second to just kind of like act like he's cracking his neck, and then close his eyes and look through the owl and do the perception check that way.
Okay. So I will roll the owl's perception.
Are you gonna roll it?
Sure, you can roll. It's +3, so.
And that's advantage, right?
Ooh, that's good.
Good insight. Yep, go for it.
Yeah.
And then Euphemia, you can roll your
I got it.
perception.
I did. I got a 22.
Can I use a reroll?
You don't have a reroll anymore. You used it already.
I thought did I use it?
I think you used it.
Did I? Okay.
You have your
Uh,
D4 still.
That's only for ability
That's for
check, or not?
attack and
That's only
saves.
attacks and saves. So.
It's not bad. 14. Not
14.
great.
Okay.
My owl's also blind.
Okay. Yeah, your owl doesn't really
Cross-eyed?
see anybody from its perspective. You're not seeing anything through its eyes.
Cool.
And you said 20?
22.
22? Okay.
Nice.
You're looking around. It's pretty quiet over here. There's still noises coming the direction of like the docks and more there. That's kind of where people are currently right now, it seems like. But no one's on the street. It's a little off the main path too you're on. It's a little bit quieter in a tucked away house. So currently you think you are alone.
Cool. I'm just gonna cast detect magic then. I'm not even gonna bother wasting the time on it right now.
Okay. You have to do
No, I
ritual.
can't.
But you have
I
to do
wait
ritual.
10 minutes to cast it.
Okay.
Every time I'm like, yeah, I'll burn a spell slot. I can't burn a spell slot right now.
So,
Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to wait,
I'll wait.
I'll find a little bench to sit down at.
Deb,
and
you
then-
are
I'm
the
just gonna.
most unlucky of people for mishaps.
Oh
Every
no.
time.
While he's doing that, I'm totally like keeping an eye out on everything around. I'm just gonna watch and listen.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna tell the owl to kind of perch up on a chimney and just kind of chill, but then call out if anybody comes within the block.
Okay.
Or who?
You
Owl.
begin doing your ritual to cast this, and once you complete it, you feel the energy activate, the magic senses go out, and you almost feel like this magical barrier has bound itself around you. You have this kind of glistening bluish color energy that floats around you.
That's not conspicuous. Can I reach through it?
Yeah, it moves with you. It's fine.
I don't know what this is. Do you see this?
Do you feel anything?
Nope.
With your detect magic, you sense abjuration coming from it.
Abjuration of some sort. I'm just gonna go for a walk. Hopefully no one spots me.
It's glowing.
Just a neon sign. Great. Cool. Is there any way for me to figure out what this is, what's going on? Or am I just like arcanely looking at it? Any sort of recognition? What it might be functioning as, at least?
Sure, you can give me an Arcana check.
22.
So through your study, let me just double check something with your character sheet.
How funny.
Through your study, you would get the sense that this feels kind of similar to your shield spell.
I wondered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually they go away. It's kind of weird.
And as you're kind of looking around, you look over and you see tucked behind like a crate, there's a little pouch sticking out. And there's a little gold coin sitting out of it as well.
Like Winnie said, it's our lucky day. Nice.
And you find 8 gold in a pouch. Thank you so much
Hooray!
for the raid. Wreck all the things. You paid our party 8 gold, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
8 more trips against the bridge.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Ooh.
Hi, Raiders. But yeah, it's gonna just use this moment while we're all alone to just kind of hug the house as much as he can.
Okay.
And just try and take a walk around it.
Yeah. And that energy only lasts about a minute and then it dissipates and it's gone.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool.
But
Oh man, should have asked Euphemia to throw a rock at me or something. Anyways.
So many rocks thrown. Just keep saying.
you walk the perimeter of the house the best you can, and you feel like, with it being 30 feet range, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
You feel like you're getting majority of the house the best you can tell, and you're not picking up anything magic.
I'll head back to Euphemia. Nothing. I think this might be a little too obvious of a spot. Do you still want to check?
Well, I wonder if there's anything about
Sure.
Finn that we can discover while we're here, if no one else is here.
Mark, with my alarm spell, if that's active, would Detect Magic have picked up on something like that if he had any sort of protection spells up here on?
You would likely pick up on
Because
that.
the wire
Okay.
would be magical, right?
Well, yeah. Wasn't
It's
sure
a it's an
about- yeah.
active spell, so it would be
Active spell. Okay, cool.
something you'd pick up on.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I mean, I'd say give it a shot. I can wait outside, keep an eye out.
You think I should be extra sneaky or just cat sneaky?
I think just cat sneaky is fine for this one. Save extra cat sneaky from maybe Brad Bradley.
In case we need that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna just kind of like step back off the street so we're not like out in front of everything and turn into a cat.
Perfect. All
Can I
right.
try another quick glance through the owl? I'm just kind of look around while she's doing that.
Sure. Roll another perception check. Advantage +3.
Natural 20.
Very
23.
Whoa!
Is this what it looks? Is this what it's like to see?
And as far as you can tell, there is nobody around. It is just you two.
This is weird.
But, what are you doing, Catthemia?
I would first like to like jump on one of the windowsills and look inside.
Okay. Roll perception.
That would be my. I also got a nat 20
Very nice.
Let's
Look at y'all go.
for 23.
23.
We don't need it at the place that doesn't have the magic.
It's pretty bare inside. There's not a lot. It's just like very bare bones furniture. It looks like scavenged stuff in here. It's not much of anything. It does look like it's somewhat lived in, but it's not really abundant with things inside of it.
Okay. From my spot in the window, do I see any kind of like a desk or a chest or anything like that?
From this one there is
Lockbox.
what looks like a chest that's there.
Okay. I want to go around the back of the house. Is there windows on the other side of the house also?
Yep, there's a few other windows you could check
Okay.
out.
I would peek in all the windows first because cats don't have thumbs, so opening a chest might be kind of hard.
You
You're
kind
gonna
of go
lay
to
the
another
land
one that looks like a bedroom, and it's just got like a bedroll laid out, and it's very messy, not well kept, and some
Okay.
piles of clothing like around in there.
Okay. Do any of these windows have like a crack in them or anything that I can scurry through, or am I gonna have to find a way to get in the door? Or just stand by the doorway for Daft to look?
The windows do look like they're all closed as you go around.
Okay.
There's like a
right.
dining room area, but it's really simple. It's like dining room, kitchen, living room, bedroom
Okay.
type of a setup. It's really simple.
Yeah. Alright. I guess I'm gonna walk back up to the door, and if I can't like push it open, I'm just gonna stand there and look at in Daft's direction.
Yep. So scratch
Door
at the
doesn't
door. It
open.
doesn't move.
You look at it. You good?
I'm gonna scratch the door a little bit.
Need me to unlock it? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, alright.
I could sit there and holler, but we're trying to be quiet. That's usually
He like walks over. You. It feels condescending to pet you right now. I'll check for traps on the door.
Sure. Roll an investigation roll.
Oh, buddy. 7.
You do not see any traps at the store.
Swing, swing, swing. Thieves duels.
Okay.
He's probably got to switch his. No, he always has thieves duels out. That's right. That and jewelers. Use that, and then I'll go down. Lock.
Okay.
If it's locked.
Roll a Thieves Tool check.
Which is... Do I... Artificers. Does it... Just because I have the tool, does that make me proficient?
Is it in your list of proficiencies? It should be if you're an artificer.
It just says tools. It doesn't say proficiencies.
Uh,
Because the right tool for the job. You can imagine.
Tools, it says you have Thieves Tools. On the left side.
Right. Yeah, so I mean I'm proficient in it.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you have Thieves Tools. That's your proficiencies. You need it in your inventory.
Well, I have
to
the right
Thieves.
tool for the job, which allows me to always make it with my artisan tools.
Yeah, you can
And I always have Thieves
create
Tools out when
something
I'm
with
running
that
out.
ability, but you need to have the Thieves Tools to do that. So as long as you have Thieves Tools in your inventory, you're good.
I feel like he's picked locks before, so.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just making sure he has Thieves Tools to be able to do this.
You don't have to. At third level, you learn how to produce exactly the tool you need. The Thieves Tools or Artisan Tools. With Thieves Tools, Artisan Tools, you magically create one set of Artisan Tools in an unoccupied space. Because I have Artisan Tools. And you can just create a Thieves Tool, right?
As long as you have the tools, you can do this. I just need you
Okay.
to have the tools in your inventory. Because like your proficiency is different than your inventory.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have some. Yeah.
Okay, then you're good.
Cool. Yeah, so go for it.
So chat blessing.
Oh,
So
look at
yeah.
that. Let's do that real quick. Kelly! And that means it gets added to the mishap level.
Hey.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
My luck becomes unlucky. Sorry.
Your luck is so lucky you keep attracting the blessings.
You did say that was
And the
with
curve.
proficiency, right?
You
Sorry,
are
I just wanna
proficient
make
with
sure.
them, yep.
Okay, sorry,
So
16.
Dex plus... Okay. So you start working it, and it's weird because it's not really going how you think. So you just like mess around and you turn it the opposite way and you hear a click,
Ah,
and then you realize you locked the door. You just have to undo it. And... So the door wasn't locked originally.
How's that unlock
I
it
just
if
don't have
it's
hands.
locked?
You rolled a 7.
I know, I like that.
You rolled a
It
7 to look at the
assumes that it
lock.
was locked.
Hey, don't tell anybody else about this one, alright?
I'm gonna push the door open and then look at him expectantly.
What?
This is- and then I'm gonna run into the room where the chest is and then stand by it and look at him again.
I go in and close the door.
Okay.
This is like exactly Cat Owner 101. Like, they're like, what do you want now?
Also, yeah, I guess we'll go straight to the chest then first. Is it locked or trapped?
Roll an investigation roll.
Oh no!
Ah. 10.
10.
No. 8.
It does not appear to be trapped to you or locked. They're just looking at it.
8. Just go stand by the wall, okay? The other wall. Yeah. I'll wiggle though. Thing to see if it's locked.
It is not locked. It just opens.
Who is this guy? Open it up, see what's inside.
Sure. You begin to like go through this. Basically, what you discover inside is an assortment of junk. This is his junk box. So you sort through it a little bit and just seeing if there's anything of note that you would find in it. Roll me a D100.
D100.
And I'll have Ashley roll one too for there's 2 people there looking.
Okay.
93.
93, very nice.
Where's my other one? There it is. 72.
93 and 72. Okay. So digging through the stav, you notice there is a box of nails that you find. Looks like about 10 nails as you shake it in there.
I'll pocket that. It's useful.
And then like a blank parchment that's all rolled up. There's nothing on it, but you find that inside. amongst other
Nice.
scrap pieces of paper, like just like weird notes on it, and nothing that stands out.
Do you find it really weird that there's like absolutely nothing here? Yeah.
I want to just kind of peek around the rest of the house real quick while we're here, like under the bed and around around the bedroll, I guess. And
do the
does it
same
all
thing.
smell like one guy, or does it smell like there's other guys?
This
Because I can
is-
tell that.
This is definitely the home of a person who works on the docks, and it's stinky, and one
Right.
person smell that you're getting.
Nobody else has been in here.
The clothes probably haven't been washed super often either. It's just pretty grimy, very much
Yeah.
like a guy who doesn't care about his living environment type of a thing.
Okay. Okay. And not any like random spot, like a rug that I could like push aside and see if there's anything hiding, or
And you don't spot anything like that.
Any sort of matchbox or poster, anything that might signify like another place that he would attend or go to or have been from, or get food from, that like maybe him and Bradley might have hung out at, something similar along
Bradford.
those lines. Bradford, I call him Brad. Okay. We call him Bradford. I'm kind of looking around.
Give me one more investigation roll.
Finally, jeez. 17.
17. You spot a book on a table that has like a little bit of a paper sticking out of it. It looks like a bookmark that you can open up and look at inside. And it's what looks like sort of like a little bit of an advert to something called Club Drake.
Club Drake.
what's the book?
The book looks like it is a manual about how to like tie different knots on ships.
That's actually pretty useful too. No, okay, that'd be too much. We want to disturb things. We should get out of here. Yeah. After you. I'll open the door and not lock
Runs
it.
up.
All right.
Yeah, definitely don't lock the door.
It wasn't locked when I left.
Where you guys going next?
To the meeting spot, I would assume.
Okay. So you start
Right?
heading.
Dav, unless you start walking somewhere else. I'm still a cat.
Is Club Drake on the way? Do we know where it is?
You've never heard of Club Drake. You have no idea what that is.
Maybe just along the way back to the meeting spot. See if I can look
Look
around
for
and
it?
try and get some, either look for it or get some maybe locals. And
Okay.
be like,
So
"Hey,
like
I've been,
from where you are to the meeting spot, you're just looking to see if you can find anything.
And then maybe
Or-
about halfway, if I find
Yeah.
some people and be like, "Hey, I've been trying to find this club. You know, boy, I know the Vortex was fun, but I heard Drake's the spot to be."
He just kind of looks at you. Be a persuasion roll with disadvantage, please.
I forgot Vortex. What was that? Eleanor, be proud. 16.
16.
That's good.
He looks at you and just like, I don't think that's your kind of crowd.
I was told it could be. Just curious where it is.
It's in the sewers.
That's definitely my type of crowd.
All right. I'll have fun.
Like, appreciate it. Like, just the sewers? Any like certain great?
He doesn't seem like he's
That's it.
willing to help you beyond that. He just
No.
keeps
All right.
walking.
Appreciate it. Whatever. Sounds a little grumpy, as if like he's trying to be like, it's like New York. Like,
Yeah.
totally worked.
But yeah, you start heading the rest of the way to the meeting spot.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I would have bamped the owl back. The owl's not flying.
Owl's in the pocket dimension thing. Okay. All right.
Try and be very careful with that at the moment, not like have it try and be connected to Dab at the moment.
That's good. Real quick, we're gonna jump back over to our people outside the wharf. The female dwarf starts to approach you, Eleonora. Looks real angry. And as she approaches, she quickly pulls a blade from her belt. First one is an 11.
Oh, I'm sure any of that hits.
Second
that
one
hits.
is a 22.
Okay.
An 11 hits?
I have a 10 AC, my man. I have
Whoa.
nothing. Yeah.
I feel you there, though. I know what a 10 AC feels like.
So one slash into your stomach for 9 points of piercing damage, and then she pulls it across, rips right in the front of your clothing for another 8 points of piercing damage, or slashing damage this time, I guess, technically.
I'm going to punch her if I can.
As she does this, she gets in your face as you kind of bend over, feeling the pain, and she grabs the back of your head and just says, "Tell your employer to back off." As Winnie, you can make an attack if you want.
Yes, please. I would like to.
Jeez.
I'm gonna do. I'll just do with my dagger because I want to hit her.
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm gonna use my bless.
Okay.
So that is going to be. Oh my gosh, math and my brain is tired. Ugh, 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
So +1 dagger too, yeah.
Okay. Yes, and then 7 damage for the first one. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Can I do 2 dagger attacks or just do 1 dagger attack and then a punch? I forget.
I don't think
It's 1 dagger attack
you
and then
can.
a punch. Bonus action.
The
It's
flurry of
bonus action. Yeah, bonus
blows
action.
is bonus action. You said 7 for the
Well, I
first
can
one?
do yes. And I will do flurry of blows for the second.
Okay.
Okay. And with, I guess I'm flurry of blows, and one of them I'm going to do hand of harm, Liz.
All right. We are really going for it here.
I want her to. I don't like her.
Yeah.
Okay. First
Winnie's
one,
very protective, apparently.
I am.
Best bodyguard ever.
truly. The first one is an 18 to hit. Does that hit?
That hits.
Oh, okay, good. I got nervous. Okay, and then. Sorry, my brain is so slow right now. I don't know what's. 7 damage for the first one.
Okay.
And then the second one. Oh, nat 20 for my hand of harm.
Nice.
Sorry.
Tell
And
your
then
employer to back off.
You got nothing to be sorry about.
I hate that.
Oh, so good.
Okay, sorry. Oh my gosh, my brain. Okay. So 6 damage for just the strike itself, and then I do another d4, yeah. Yeah, another d4. Wait, yeah, right? Is it damage first and harm?
You have your
Did you
punch
both?
still, and then you get your necrotic damage.
Okay, necrotic damage. Necrotic damage is just +3 as well. So 6 + 2, so 9.
Okay.
Did
Oh,
you
I did double
double?
that?
Did you roll twice
no, I
for
didn't.
necrotic? Yeah,
Necrotic.
roll that twice.
No, I didn't. Okay. Ooh, that's a 4 plus the 1, so that's 5 more.
So what'd you roll? Because it's just the dice that added into the 9.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, so 13 for that.
And plus.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
You only get that modifier once.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool.
Does she look kind of like? Did I hit her?
You hit her, but she is still looking very strong at this point, and she just angrily turns to you and just smiles as you punched her a couple times and stabbed her, and she's like, big mistake. And we will pick up with that in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
As, oh boy,
She stabbed us first.
we about to have a interesting fight with 2 party members, not all 4. So
Should I not have done that? I feel
I think that Winnie and Eleonora are both really inexperienced, and it seems like Winnie just acted on an impulse. So probably shouldn't have done that. But like, what are we supposed to do? So we might be running away. I don't know.
we will see what happens, because this person has
all inexperienced, so we don't know what we're doing.
this person has
No one
backup
knows.
just inside as well. So
Yeah.
we will see what happens in 2 weeks.
I feel like there's a similar level where Karis and Raya got stabbed in the street and tried to run and got kidnapped. So I'm really interested to see where this one goes.
We will see.
Winnie's mentality was, this person's stabbing us. I don't know what else to do. We're just
Oh,
gonna-
100%. Dab would have
It makes sense. It makes sense why Winnie would do it.
Why-
This is just
why?
going. The fallout of this might just be a little messy. So
Correct.
It's all good. You guys got this.
it is. Shib is right. It's the curse of the beacon, baby.
There we go.
It is returned.
So good.
Party.
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
Party. Nothing wrong.
Just a reminder, the 27th, we are not having Mishaps. Rachel will likely be streaming some Nancy Drew on our channel. But we will be back on
It's gonna be a good
September
time.
3rd. Pick up with this, and we'll see how this goes with this encounter. So join us then. We're going to sign up on the recording, and then we're going to raid somebody. So stick around for that. But thank you so much for watching. We do appreciate you for joining us and rooting on our players and using the new level up ability to both help the players
That was fun.
and also raise some mishap level, which is always fun too. So we love y'all. Thank you for watching. Bye.